Chapter 436. Yang Dingtian's sword was supposed to pierce through her heart. Although he had promised Ning Fu that he would impersonate him and go to the Ning clan of the South Sea to save Wu Maji and the Ning clan. However, it seemed that there was no need to save Wu Maji. Moreover, Ning Fu's performance was rather vague throughout the entire process. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian was indeed shocked by him, because he had chosen to die together with the Ning clan's elder for Yang Dingtian. However, it was later proven that the whole process was a plot by the Temple of Annihilation's young master, Li Ming. He wanted to make Yang Dingtian use the crystal tears to demonize Nihility Piaoling. Therefore, it was unknown whether Ning Fu was innocent or not. However, at least Yang Dingtian did not have to risk his life to fulfill his promise. In order to completely break the relationship between the world society and the Ning clan of the South Sea, he had to let Ning Wuming feel the pain. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was very determined to kill Wu Maji. Wu Maji was also very good. The moment she sensed danger, she immediately flashed and escaped. Although she did not manage to dodge Yang Dingtian's sword, she managed to avoid the fatal blow to her heart. After being stabbed by Yang Dingtian, Wu Maji quickly retreated a few hundred meters. Then, her beautiful eyes were extremely vicious. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said sternly, "You dare to kill me? Then I don't care about the ban anymore. I want you dead. I want all of you dead." Instantly, Wu Maji's beautiful eyes changed. Her green eyes instantly turned blood red. Then two snow-white sharp fangs pierced out from the corner of her beautiful mouth and pierced through the veil. Then she let out a shrill cry. At the same time, her energy level soared. She broke through from martial honorable to master. Kacha kacha! Suddenly, the entire ground began to tremble. The entire stormy pavilion began to break and collapse. The entire ground began to crack violently. Then, one by one, the underground creatures burst out of the ground and charged toward Yang Dingtian and the others. Everyone was stunned by this scene. When Qinji had pretended to be Wu Maji, she had said that she was a shaman spiritualist. Sorcerers were gifted with the ability to summon undead creatures. However, it definitely didn't look like this. It definitely didn't look so evil and strange. Countless specters burst out of the ground. There were dozens and hundreds of them. He rushed madly towards Yang Dingtian. Boom! Yang Dingtian's Xian flame fiercely smashed over. The flames exploded, and all of the underground creatures were instantly smashed into pieces. They looked like they couldn't even withstand a single blow. But shortly after, the bodies of these underground creatures were smashed to pieces. Suddenly, a white light burst out and condensed together. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of vengeful souls of undead creatures suddenly gathered together. Then he abruptly threw a palm strike at Zhu Hongxue, who was the closest to him. Zhu Hongxue activated the thunderous shield and looked at the huge undead with disdain. Bang! Zhu Hongxue was sent flying, coughing up blood. Everyone was shocked. This huge undead creature was actually so powerful. Of course, it wasn't that Zhu Hongxue's thunderous shield was useless. It was because the undead creature's palm strike was too powerful. It directly broke through the limit of the thunderous shield and exploded it. After the huge undead creature sent Zhu Hongxue flying, it suddenly pounced on him again. At this moment, the demon dragon warriors outside were unwilling to leave Song Chunhua here. They fiercely rushed in again. Whoosh! This huge undead creature shuttled through the bodies of more than a dozen demon dragon warriors like lightning. In an instant, these demon dragon warriors' bodies trembled, and their eyes lost their vision. Then a blood-red color was used in their eyes. In an instant, they turned into bloodthirsty and fierce puppets, and rushed towards Song Chunhua. Song Chunhua was stunned when he saw the familiar subordinates. Unexpectedly, these puppets suddenly opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of foul blood at Song Chunhua. "Don't let them touch you." Little Princess Vulture had just regained consciousness. When she saw this scene, she immediately carried Song Chunhua and flashed away. Qin Huayu stepped forward and slashed with his sword. In an instant, these puppet warriors were directly cut in half at the waist. But the strange thing was that these puppet warriors were still not dead. They were still crawling forward, biting and spitting blood crazily. "Rest in peace, brothers," Song Chunhua suddenly smashed down a ball of heavenly phoenix fire. Boom! Suddenly, these puppets exploded and turned into ashes. But they were still not dead. Rays of white light were directly extracted, and then condensed into an undead creature in the air. It continued to rush towards Song Chunhua crazily. At this moment, Zhu Hongxue on the other side was already in danger. That huge undead creature pounced towards him crazily. Once it entered his body, it meant that he was contaminated by the undead. It was possible that he would end up like those puppet warriors just now. Zhu Hongxue attacked it crazily, and used all his methods. He slashed with his sword, burned with his mystic fire, used his sword ray, and mystic skills. However, this huge undead creature was completely unharmed. These attacks had no effect on it at all. It was a huge body of energy, and was not afraid of any damage at all. At this moment, Song Chunhua quickly rushed over to help Zhu Hongxue. The sharp sword in her hand slashed fiercely at the undead creature. Huge bolts of lightning directly hit the undead creature's body. Although it was constantly trembling, and its speed was slightly reduced, it still could not be harmed. It still pounced towards Zhu Hongxue. At this moment, Wu Maji's eyes were filled with blood. She commanded the two undead creatures to attack crazily. Capture the ringleader to capture the bandits. Yang Dingtian pounced towards Wu Maji like lightning. His sword directly slashed towards her incomparably beautiful head. Swoosh! Wu Maji suddenly looked towards Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot into Yang Dingtian's eyes. Then, Yang Dingtian's mind suddenly went blank. This kind of lucidity was exactly the same, as if he was stabbed by the demon spirit's eyes. His entire divine sense was instantly lost. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly raised his sword, turned around, and quickly stabbed towards Qin Huayu. Yang Dingtian, what are you doing? Wake up! Little Princess Vulture exclaimed. Yang Dingtian's eyes were completely blurred and blood red. He crazily slashed towards Qin Huayu. Immediately, Qin Huayu desperately dodged. Not only did he have to avoid the undead creature's pursuit, but he also had to avoid Yang Dingtian's pursuit. However, he could not deal a heavy blow to Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Wu Maji firmly gained the upper hand by herself. The demon dragon warriors beside her all rushed towards Wu Maji. They also knew that to capture the ringleader, they had to capture the ringleader. Wu Maji's beautiful eyes swept across them. Suddenly, dozens of demon dragon warriors' eyes became chaotic and instantly turned blood red. Then they directly lost all consciousness and became violent. They crazily pounced towards little Princess Vulture and the others. This Wu Maji was actually so heaven-defying. After transforming into the blood fiend Devil Queen, she was actually in an invincible position. Yang Dingtian's mental calculation was extremely firm. However, after being scanned by her demon spirit's eyes, he was immediately confused and bloodthirsty. He even turned on his comrades. Humph! Yang Dingtian, you are nothing in front of me. Wu Maji coldly said. I will let you have a taste of killing your friends with your own hands. Yang Dingtian's blood-red eyes turned, and immediately stared at little Princess Vulture. The little girl was shocked and trembled in fear. Immediately after, the soul sword in Yang Dingtian's hand slashed at the little girl frantically. Ah! The little girl cried out in alarm, and immediately flashed away. Yang Dingtian, I'm a little girl. I'm the little girl that you dote on the most. Big brother Tian, wake up quickly. Don't scare me. Little Princess Vulture cried as she ran away. Hiss! Yang Dingtian opened his right hand, and directly froze her with the demon spirit's fiend flame's ice seal. Then, the soul sword in his hand slashed towards her head. The little princess was horrified and could not believe what was happening. She could not believe that she would die under Yang Dingtian's sword. No! Qin Huayu roared and pounced towards Yang Dingtian and the little princess. Roar! Yang Dingtian suddenly let out a roar. The sharp sword in his hand used all of his Xian flame and energy to slash down. Qin Huayu gritted his teeth and waved his sword to block with all his might. Pft! Qin Huayu spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Yang Dingtian also spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Qin Huayu was a master realm expert, and so was Yang Dingtian. However, his Xian Qi could only unleash the power of a 9-star 9th rank martial venerable. However, he had the heaven and earth Xian flame, and a soul sword that was close to the emperor grade. Therefore, the energy that burst out in an instant was extremely shocking. Although Qin Huayu was a master realm expert, he could not withstand it at all. Both sides were injured in a full-powered attack. Yang Dingtian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back towards Wu Maji. Trash, go and kill them. Kill your best friend. Wu Maji shouted at Yang Dingtian and issued a cruel order. Swoosh. Yang Dingtian suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, in the next second, pft, Yang Dingtian stabbed his sword into the witch's abdomen. Bitch, do you really think that I was confused by you? I woke up in an instant. I was just acting to numb you and get closer to you. Yang Dingtian said coldly. He did not lie. After being confused, the one who woke him up was none other than Yang Dingtian's soul sword. That's right, the soul sword and Yang Dingtian lived and died together. When it could not sense Yang Dingtian's soul, the soul sword instantly drilled into his brain and woke him up. She looked at the sharp sword that pierced through her abdomen, still dripping with blood. Ah! The witch let out an earth-shattering scream. Then, the two undead spirits that she controlled, and the endless underground creatures that came out of the ground were instantly crushed and turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian pulled out his sword and stabbed at Wu Maji's body. One sword after another, aiming at Wu Maji's most enchanting body. Yang Dingtian stabbed over 100 times in an instant. He wanted to completely turn this witch into a pile of meat paste. Blood spurted out, and Wu Maji let out a series of shrill screams. Finally, aiming at Wu Maji's heart, Yang Dingtian stabbed with his sword. In an instant her heart was pierced multiple times. Her screams stopped abruptly. Wu Maji's beautiful head drooped down and died just like that. He finally killed this witch, this incomparably powerful witch. Yang Dingtian gently swung the soul sword and was about to sheath it. At this moment, an incomparably horrifying scene appeared. The wounds all over Wu Maji's body quickly healed. All the blood stopped flowing and countless wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then Wu Maji returned to her perfect curvaceous body. Yang Dingtian even stabbed her heart more than a dozen times. Her heart was already riddled with holes. At this moment, it was also recovering rapidly. Then, Wu Maji suddenly raised her head, revealing her cold and beautiful eyes. She was resurrected. She was actually resurrected. Yang Dingtian and the others were completely stunned. A completely dead person, a person whose heart was pierced, was actually resurrected. Yang Dingtian immediately thought of something. The evil spirit energy. Back then, after Ningyu died, she was resurrected by the evil spirit. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Then Wu Maji quickly flashed hundreds of meters away. My heart hurts so much. Wu Maji clutched her chest and looked at Yang Dingtian. You're the only one who can make my heart hurt so much. This is really a hellish pain. As if I've heard the news of my husband's death again. This pain is so painful that I'd rather die. But you can't kill me, Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji said coldly. I'll never die. Every time I die, I become stronger. Your doomsday has arrived. Whoosh! Wu Maji's headscarf suddenly loosened, and her long hair that reached her legs suddenly fluttered. She suddenly floated in the air, and released an incomparably powerful energy. All the vengeful spirits underground, listen to my call, start the slaughter, and start to take revenge for all your hatred. Following Wu Maji's shout, suddenly, all the ground within a few thousand meters cracked open. Countless ghosts crazily crawled out. Like a tide, they surged toward Yang Dingtian, and the others as if they were going to completely drown them. Yang Dingtian's heart was almost numb from the shock at this time. Damn it, it was so easy to kill the 4 poison elders just now. He thought that Wu Maji would not be difficult to kill. Who knew that he would provoke such a powerful demoness? If she was already so powerful, what about Ning Wuming? What about Yin Pianxian? Of course. Yang Dingtian also noticed that Wu Maji said that she had the same heartache when she heard the news of Ning Wuming's death. From this sentence, it seemed that she had feelings for her husband Ning Wuming. However, this was not the time to think about this. Now it was the most critical moment. This demoness was completely enraged and summoned an astronomical number of ghosts. This world gathering was definitely a place of trouble. In these hundreds of thousands of years, Who knew how many people have been killed here? But this demoness Wumaji summoned thousands of vengeful spirits. These countless vengeful spirits were really like ants, surging over like a tide. They had completely rotted, leaving only skeletons and the green light in their eyes. They only had one way of attacking, and that was to pounce and bite. They must not be bitten, or they would be poisoned, and there would probably be no cure. Boom 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 boom. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, and Zhu Hongxue desperately released their mystic fire. They blasted these skeletons into pieces. This killing was really satisfying. But the consequences were also very satisfying. Every time they killed a skeleton, a vengeful spirit would float out. Then, they would gather together and become a powerful undead spirit. Just now, the undead spirit formed by a few hundred skeletons was already so abnormally powerful. This time, there were thousands and thousands of undead spirits. Yang Dingtian did not dare to imagine how powerful they would be. However, Yang Dingtian soon felt the power of this abnormally powerful undead spirit. Bang! This huge undead spirit condensed a huge bone sword in its hand and swept it at Yang Dingtian and the others. Yang Dingtian and the other four tried their best to block it. Then all 5 of them were sent flying. All 5 of them were injured and vomited blood. You guys hold it back, Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, and the other 3 quickly surrounded the huge undead spirit and attacked crazily. They attacked with all their means. Mystic skills, mystic fire, all of them. However, this terrifying undead spirit was completely unharmed. It could not even scratch an itch. This damn thing was simply invincible. Therefore, the root of it was still that which Wumaji. Yang Dingtian raised his sword and rushed towards Wumaji like lightning. Hold the undead spirit and kill Wumaji. Wumaji was indeed heaven-defying. Her body was stabbed hundreds of times, and she did not die. However, if her head was chopped off, Yang Dingtian did not believe that she would not die. Qin Huayu and the other 3 tightly held the abnormally powerful undead spirit. Yang Dingtian rushed towards Wumaji with his fastest speed. However, he saw Wumaji laughing coldly. Bang! Suddenly, a wall of air appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. The huge undead spirit waved its hand, and all the air froze, infiltrating the dark energy of ghosts. Yang Dingtian crashed into the wall, and his body flew out. Blood spurted out, and all the bones in his body seemed to be broken. Abnormal, this huge undead spirit was too abnormal. At this moment, the huge undead spirit suddenly aimed at Song Chunhua, opened its mouth and sucked. Instantly, Song Chunhua's face turned pale. Her entire body was frozen in an instant. Her entire body was on the verge of collapse. Not good. This powerful undead spirit wanted to devour a person's soul and life force. Song Chunhua knelt down on one knee and stabbed her sword into the ground. She gathered all her spirit and celestial qi to resist. However, there was no doubt. This undead spirit formed by millions of vengeful spirits was too powerful. It was not something that an ordinary master could resist. Suddenly, Song Chunhua's face turned paler and paler. Her body trembled more and more, and her gaze became more and more unfocused. Soon, all of her soul would be sucked away. Once her soul was sucked away, she would become a walking corpse. Use all your strength to kill it, Yang Dingtian roared. Then, Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, and little Princess Vulture used all their strength to attack the undead spirit. However, the abnormally powerful undead spirit did not react at all. You harmed my big sister Chunhua, I'll kill you. The little Princess Vulture suddenly cried out, then suddenly appeared and charged towards Wumaji. Although Song Chunhua had beaten her up. However, the little girl loved elder sister Chunhua the most. Yang Dingtian did not want to use the dark mystic flame in front of Wumaji. This was his trump card. Evil ways could not know about it. However, he could not care less now. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian summoned the terrifying dark mystic flame. Wumaji's body trembled when she saw it. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Obviously, she immediately felt the terror of the dark mystic flame. Just as she was stunned, the little princess spirit Vulture suddenly appeared in front of her and fiercely thrusted her sword towards her head. Wumaji was shocked and immediately dodged. However, The little girl's sword still stabbed into Wu Maji's neck. She cried out in pain and blood spurted out. "You're courting death," Wu Maji said sternly. Then she slashed with her sharp claws. The frightening sharp claws slashed at the little girl's soft breasts. It carried with it a dark aura and a terrifying energy. "No!" Yang Dingtian roared. Puff! The little girl's spirit vulture's chest violently spurted blood. Her entire delicate body was like a broken flower petal, and she directly flew out dozens of meters. "Little girl!" Yang Dingtian's heart twitched. His vision turned black, and he was about to faint. The darkness profound flame that soared into the sky suddenly smashed towards the gigantic dead spirit. Little Princess Vulture fell to the ground. Her chest was covered in blood, and she did not move. "Zhu Hongxue, go and save the little girl," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." Zhu Hongxue rushed over like lightning. "Don't even think about it," Wu Maji sneered. The giant spirit emitted a white light. An air wall condensed and Zhu Hongxue was sent flying back. At this moment, the dark mystic flame drilled into the giant spirit's body. The dark mystic flame was undeniably powerful. It devoured the spirit's energy crazily. The giant spirit's body became fainter and fainter. However, it did not feel any pain. It was still devouring Song Chuanhua's soul. There was not enough time. The spirit's energy was too strong. Yang Dingtian's cultivation was limited. Therefore, the power of the dark mystic flame was limited. Although it could devour the spirit's energy, it would take some time to completely destroy the spirit. However, there was not enough time. Song Chunhua was already on the verge of collapse. Wu Maji walked to little Princess Vulture. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "Is this one of your women? Then I'll let you have a taste of heart-wrenching pain now. Although she should be dead by now. However, I'll let her die again," Wu Maji said coldly. Then, she raised her palm and condensed a blood-red light. This was an incomparably powerful energy. When it condensed, the air within a few thousand meters trembled. "Wu Maji, don't. Her great-grandfather is Wolingzi," Yang Dingtian screamed and rushed toward her. "So what?" Wu Maji said calmly. "In my eyes, the world is nothing but grass." Boom. Wu Maji's beautiful eyes were filled with cruelty. She aimed the blood-red energy at the little girl Vulture and smashed it down. There was a loud explosion. Blood spurted out, as if a missile had exploded. The ground trembled and cracked. The incomparably powerful energy exploded on little princess's body. In an instant, little princess's body disappeared. The light of endless blood instantly devoured her delicate body. "Ah!" Yang Dingtian screamed in agony. Boom! 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 3 mystic flames. Million spirit demonic flame. Demon spirit demonic flame. And dark mystic flame. They burst out and rushed into the sky. Then, they fiercely condensed together, fiercely colliding, fiercely colliding. Boom! The whole world exploded with an extremely dazzling light. It was 1,000 times brighter than the sun. It was like a small nuclear explosion. The 3 mystic flames suddenly exploded in the middle of the undead. Boom! The collision of the 3 mystic flames produced a terrifying reaction. The energy instantly multiplied by 10 times. In an instant, the incomparably huge undead was turned into ashes and shattered into pieces. Puffed! Wu Maji spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire delicate body flew out. Her beautiful face instantly turned pale. Yang Dingtian's mystic chi was almost completely depleted in an instant. His anger and hatred soared to the heavens. He rushed forward crazily. He aimed at Wu Maji's sea of chi and kicked. Bam! Wu Maji's delicate body was kicked into the sky. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Dingtian burst into the sky and stepped on Wu Maji's back as he descended ruthlessly. Bam! He directly stepped on Wu Maji into the ground. He raised the giant sword in his hand and aimed it at Wu Maji, who was in the ground. Pfft! Which Wu Maji's entire head was instantly pierced. Yang Dingtian's sword pierced through her forehead and came out from the back of her head. "Are you going to die or not?" Yang Dingtian roared. Then, he suddenly pulled out the sword. Something terrifying happened once again. The wound on Wu Maji's body quickly healed and healed. Her peerlessly beautiful face was once again undamaged. She even gave Yang Dingtian a sarcastic and cruel smile. "Devil, this is a devil." Her head was pierced and she still didn't die. This is a devil. Yang Dingtian, you're so pitiful. You're so weak. Wu Maji laughed. Is that so? Yang Dingtian said coldly. You're so powerful and yet you're still alive. Then I'll cut off your head. Will you die? Wu Maji's expression changed drastically. She screamed, Yang Dingtian, you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Yang Dingtian said coldly. From the moment I dared to kill you, what else would I not dare to do? With that, Yang Dingtian slowly raised his sword and stepped on her chest. He aimed at her swan-like neck and slashed it down. Yang Dingtian, the shrine of 10,000 extermination will exterminate your entire clan. After I die, I will become an even stronger departed spirit and malicious spirit that will kill everyone around you. Before her death, Wu Maji didn't beg for mercy as she let out an extremely vicious curse. Stop! A horrified voice rang out. Just as Wu Maji's head was about to be separated from her body, Song Minghua appeared. He looked at everything in horror. You think I'll stop just because you said so? Who do you think you are? Yang Dingtian said coldly. Song Minghua suddenly pulled behind him and grabbed a person. He placed his sword on her neck and said coldly, Yang Dingtian, let go of Madame Wu Maji or I'll kill her. Yang Dingtian looked carefully, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The hostage Song Minghua held was actually Song Lihua, his sister. He actually used his sister as a hostage to threaten Yang Dingtian. Song Minghua, she's your sister. Yang Dingtian said coldly. So what? No one can stop me. No one can stop the world society. Song Minghua said sternly. Let go of Madame Wu Maji. Then, Song Minghua pressed his sword down, and a stream of blood flowed down from Song Lihua's snow-white neck. Her beautiful face instantly revealed an expression of incomparable pain. It was not because she was cut by the sword, but because her brother wanted to take her life for an outsider. Yang Dingtian summoned the demon spirit fiend fire, and was about to release the ice seal technique. It would be enough to freeze this bastard for 15 minutes. However, Yang Dingtian Xianqi was almost completely exhausted, and he could not use the ice seal technique. Zhu Hongxiu at Qin Huayu, go kill this bastard. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. When Qin Huayu saw that Song Lihua was in danger, he was already terrified and rushed over like a madman. Don't come over, don't come over. Song Minghua screamed and slashed with his sword. Immediately, a deep wound appeared on Song Lihua's neck and blood gushed out. If you take another step closer, I'll definitely kill her. I'll definitely kill her. Song Minghua screamed. Yang Dingtian, let go of Madame Wu Maji, or I'll immediately disfigure Song Lihua's face. At this moment, the bastard Song Minghua was already hysterical, and wanted to slash Song Lihua's beautiful face with his sword. Qin Huayu was shocked and immediately stopped in place with Zhu Hongxiu. At this moment, a little girl with a dusty face crawled out from the ground. It was the little Princess Vulture. Although she looked confused and her chest was dripping with blood, her life was not in danger. Immediately, Yang Dingtian could not help but be overjoyed. The little girl was not dead. She was not dead. Just now Wu Maji had smashed down with such a huge amount of blood demon energy. Even 10 little girls would be dead. But now she was not dead. Wu Maji was also shocked. She could not believe that the little girl was not dead. Then Yang Dingtian knew why. It was because of the guardian ring. The guardian ring could absorb all damage. Therefore the little girl was still alive. Yang Dingtian did not have time to be happy. He immediately gave the little girl a look. The little girl might still be in a daze, but she still understood Yang Dingtian's intention. Flash over, save Song Lihua, and kill this bastard Song Minghua. The little girl nodded and covered her injured chest. She activated her qi and flashed over. Pfft! The little girl spat out a mouthful of blood and flashed over. After a few flashes, the little girl appeared behind Song Minghua and slashed the sharp sword in her hand at Song Minghua. But Song Minghua did not feel it at all. However, right at this moment, the little girl's spirit vulture was suddenly sucked into the air by an enormous force. Yang Dingtian, how dare you? Song Minghua, you bastard! It was a voice filled with shock and despair. Song Zhao's tall figure arrived in an instant. Looking at everything in front of him, his eyes were full of disbelief. He really could not believe what was happening in front of him. Song Lihua's incident made him extremely angry. Therefore, he grabbed his favorite daughter and sent her to the ancestral fountain to repent and wash away the filth in her body and mind. But he did not expect that he would fall into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. When he heard the earth-shattering noise from Ba City, he thought that a powerful expert had attacked. So, he threw Song Lihua to his son and went to get his weapon. He then summoned the elders and experts to the scene. But he did not expect this to happen in front of him. There was no powerful expert. It was young Ding Tian. He was so bold and ruthless, so decisive and fierce. He actually brought people to assassinate Wu Maji, forcing Song Xiao to have no way out and no choice. But what made him even more shocked was that his own son Song Minghua was holding his sister hostage to force young Ding Tian to let go of Wu Maji. That was his biological sister, the daughter that he, Song Xiao, doted on the most, the apple of his eye. Yang Ding Tian said, "Sect Master Song, this is your son. This is the successor that the evil ways have chosen for the world society. Do you want to hand the world society over to such a bastard? Will there still be a future for the world society? Today, he can kill his sister for himself. Who knows if he will kill his father for his own interests tomorrow?" Hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Song Xiao was shocked. Chapter 437. Note: today is the second update. There's a very important chapter in front. It was undeniable that Yang Dingtian's words directly pierced the deepest part of Song Xiao's heart. When he saw Song Minghua holding a sword to his daughter's neck, he really wanted to smash Song Minghua into meat paste. Song Xiao had many children. The most important one was Song Chunhua, because she was the bravest, the most upright, and the most noble. Perhaps Song Xiao couldn't be so upright and noble, but it didn't stop him from admiring his daughter's character. Especially, while being noble and upright, Song Chunhua didn't pretend to be righteous, and she was also ruthless. She was almost the perfect successor. If the evil ways incident didn't happen, Song Xiao wouldn't hesitate to give the position of successor to Song Chunhua. But for Song Chunhua, Song Xiao felt very complicated. This eldest daughter was very outstanding, more outstanding than he imagined and asked for. But there was a barrier that he couldn't get close to. Therefore, Song Xiao loved Song Lihua the most. This kind of love was even very complicated. Song Xiao had many women. His wife was beautiful and gentle, but not smart enough. As for Song Lihua, she was extremely beautiful and intelligent. Kind, generous, cunning, charming, gentle, and smart. It could be said that Song Lihua was the pinnacle of women. She could almost be regarded as the most perfect woman in the world. Every time someone said that Dongfang Bingling was good, Song Xiao wouldn't be happy. Song Xiao didn't envy Dongfang Minmi at all. Having a daughter like Dongfang Bingling, he might be proud, but he wasn't happy at all. Giving birth to a daughter like Song Lihua was the happiest parent in the world, because she could always make you laugh and make you like her. Therefore, everyone could only live on the 8th floor of King City and below. Only Song Lihua could live on the 9th floor. Song Lihua was the apple of his eye. The apple of his eye, a priceless treasure. Therefore, when he heard that something happened to Song Lihua and Qin Huayu, Song Xiao was furious. Song Xiao was furious. He felt as if the treasure that he had doted on and protected for 10 to 20 years had been taken away by a pig. Therefore, he almost lost his mind in an instant. He was in complete disbelief. After capturing Song Lihua and questioning her, her beloved daughter actually admitted it completely and was determined to marry Qin Huayu. Song Xiao only felt that a small part of the world in his heart had been completely destroyed. He felt that his pure and flawless daughter had been tainted. In a fit of rage, she grabbed Song Lihua and wanted to go to the ancestral spring to repent and wash away the filth in her body and mind. In fact, every time someone came to ask for Song Lihua's hand in marriage, Song Lihua's heart would be filled with joy. Song Xiao was not happy in his heart, and this included the fact that Wu Maji had come to propose marriage for Ning Wuming. He always felt that his daughter was a pure and flawless treasure, and no man in the world was worthy of her. Of course, every father would have such thoughts. However, Song Lihua refused to admit that in the depths of his heart, he never wanted Song Lihua to get married. He wanted his beloved daughter to stay by his side forever. When it came to the ancestral spring, Song Lihua's attitude was still incomparably firm. She wanted to marry Qin Huayu, even if Song Xiao threatened to drown her. Song Xiao slapped her in the face. After slapping her, he regretted it. Because a daughter like this, even if he beat her to death, he would not be able to change her mind. After regret, he felt incomparable heartache. It was even more heartache than slapping his own face. Then he also came to his senses. Actually, nothing had happened between his daughter and Qin Huayu. The reason why she was determined to marry Qin Huayu was not because she liked Qin Huayu, but because she had decided to stand on Yang Dingtian's side, on the side of justice. That's right, Song Zhao's heart could not be clearer. Yang Dingtian was on the side of justice, while Qin Qiqi and Ning Wuming were on the side of evil. It could be said that any sect leader in the world clearly knew this point. But when it came to people of their level, talking about justice was undoubtedly absurd and childish. However, this did not hinder him from loving and cherishing his daughter even more. Any parent would hope that their children were upright and kind. No one liked a despicable and shameless child. Hence, he brought Song Lihua back, intending to put her under house arrest. After returning, he did not expect that such a scene would happen. Song Minghua, you're really promising to actually use your own sister as a hostage. I really gave birth to a good son. Song Xiao said coldly. Usually, you have a neither yin nor yang appearance, so I felt that you're not a good thing. I indeed didn't see wrongly. Song Xiao looked at Song Minghua with an extremely cold gaze, wishing that he could directly kill him with one palm. Song Minghua trembled, his eyes trembled, and an incomparably painful emotion welled up as he said, "Father, could it be that I'm doing this for myself? I'm doing this for you, for the world society." Following that, Song Minghua said, "Yang Dingtian, this bastard. For his own strength, he used the so-called hypocrisy to drag others down with him. To drag others down with him to die together. Song Chunhua, this stupid slut. Don't know what kind of improper things happened between her and Yang Dingtian. Actually, for an outsider, she wanted to cause the death of her own parents and siblings. Now there's another Song Lihua. For Yang Dingtian, this bastard. She didn't hesitate to betray her family and shamelessly offered her own body, just to drag the world society down with her. Father, use your brain and think carefully. Who is the one who is loyal to you, who is wholeheartedly serving the world society?" Song Minghua hissed, "Song Chunhua, Song Lihua, these two sisters that you love the most can't wait for you to die. And I am the one who is doing everything possible to save the world society. You're just doing this for my position." Song Xiao said coldly. "So what?" Wu Maji said coldly, "Sect leader Song, the situation is very clear now. Our Temple of Annihilation chose Song Minghua to be the successor of the world society. You can choose either Yang Dingtian or Temple of Annihilation." Song Minghua said, "Father, don't you see? Yang Dingtian, this bastard." The five of them joined hands to kill Madame Wu Maji and a few hundred devil dragon guards. But the result? All five of them are heavily injured, and Song Chunhua's fate is unknown. Nearly half of the few hundred devil dragon guards are dead. And this is only Madame Wu Maji. What about the envoy Ning Wuming behind her? Not to mention the Supreme Temple Young Master. Not to mention His Majesty the Demon King, above the 9 heavens. Do you think you can survive by becoming enemies with the Temple of Annihilation?" Song Minghua said, "I know you love Song Lihua, but for her, are you willing to completely destroy the world society's hundreds of years of foundation?" Song Zhao's expression changed and said, "But you shouldn't have hurt your sister." Song Minghua said, "I can only do this, or else Yang Dingtian would immediately kill Madame Wu Maji. Once Madame Wu Maji dies, we will be completely finished. Envoy Ning Wuming's anger will exterminate everyone in the world society. They care about Song Lihua's life, so we can only use Song Lihua as a hostage." "We still have a hostage," Song Xiao said. "Let your sister go." The hostage he was talking about was, of course, the little princess Vulture. But when he turned around, the little girl Vulture had already taken the opportunity to escape without a trace, directly behind Yang Dingtian. This naughty girl was very clever. After being sucked into the air by Song Xiao, She used Song Zhao's anger and negligence to escape. Without a hostage, Song Xiao looked coldly at young Dingtian. Let go of Madame Wu Maji, and I will let you leave. Otherwise I will kill all of you. Impossible, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. As a father, are you going to continue watching your daughter die at any time? Song Minghua, let go of your sister. Song Xiao said. No, father. Once I let her go, Madame Wu Maji will definitely die. Song Minghua said. Suddenly, Wu Maji said with a smile. Sect Master Song, I understand your special feelings for your daughter. How about this? I will not ask Miss Song Lihua to marry young Master Ning Wuming. She is no longer worthy. You can continue to dote on this daughter of yours. As long as Song Minghua and Ning Baier marry each other, it will be fine. Then, the conditions that we agreed to will still be valid. In the shortest time possible, let Song Minghua break through to Grandmaster. And let you break through to Grandmaster. Song Zhao's face touched. Wu Maji continued. Song Xiao, I can tell you clearly. If you choose to stand on Yang Dingtian's side, tens of thousands of people in the world will be completely wiped out. Even if you don't stand on Yang Dingtian's side, but let me die under Yang Dingtian's sword, then your world society will be completely wiped out. You can make a choice now. Choose your daughter, or choose your own life, your own strength, and the entire world society. Wu Maji said finally, you must make a clear choice. There is no room for hypocrisy, no room for hypocritical fatherly love. Song Xiao, I will count to 3. If you still haven't made a choice by then, I will completely destroy your world society. Even if you want to kneel down and surrender in the future, there will be no chance. Your world society will still be wiped out. You have seen how strong we are. 3. There was a suffocating feeling in the air. 2. Everyone's eyes looked at Song Xiao, especially Song Lihua. Her absolutely beautiful and pure eyes were fixed on her most beloved father. 1. There was silence in the field, a deathly stifling atmosphere. However, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Song Zhao's performance did not make them despair. Song Xiao, your world society is finished. Wu Maji said. Wait, Song Xiao said in a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian, let go of Madame Wu Maji immediately or else. Or else what? Say it. Wu Maji said sternly. Or else Song Lihua will die. Song Xiao said furiously. In an instant, he felt extremely humiliated. And Yang Dingtian, from his heart to his body, was completely cold. Song Chunhua looked at all of this in disbelief. She had just woken up and saw this scene. In an instant, the image of her father in her eyes suddenly collapsed. Pfft! A mouthful of blood directly spurted out from Song Lihua's little mouth. Her beautiful face, like a withered flower, directly dimmed. She could not believe that this was true. She could not believe that the man in front of her was her father. The father who loved her the most. And also her most doted father. Almost instantly her world collapsed. In the world, there was nothing more ironic than this. Song Minghua, for his own selfish desires, threatened Yang Dingtian with his own sister's life. It was one thing. But now Song Xiao, the dignified sect master of a generation, was so afraid of evil ways. For a Wu Maji, he even used his most beloved daughter as a hostage to threaten. One was Song Lihua's brother, and the other was her father. And Yang Dingtian and Song Lihua were still strangers a few hours ago. They actually used the lives of their family members to threaten Yang Dingtian, an outsider, to compromise. Sect Master Song, people like you are really despairing. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. It's better to die standing than to live kneeling. At this moment, you have already destroyed the world society. In an instant, Song Xiao exploded with endless anger and humiliation. His face as a grandmaster was torn down alive, revealing his ugliest and most cowardly true face. Yang Dingtian, it's all because of you. It's all because of you, you bastard. You're the one who ruined my world society. You're the one who forced me to make this choice. Song Xiao roared sternly. Haha. Wu Maji laughed and said, Yang Dingtian, do you see this? This is the trash of your Taekwondo league. What are you still resisting for, haha? Then Wu Maji said with a cold face, Song Minghua, listen to my orders. I'll count to 3. If Yang Dingtian still doesn't let me go, Immediately behead your sister, Song Lihua. Yes. Song Minghua shouted, and placed his sword on the back of his sister, Song Lihua's neck. 1. 2. Song Minghua tightened the sword on his sister's neck and blood immediately flowed out. Song Zhao's face trembled and twitched as he turned his face away. Wu Maji laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if I'm beheaded, because only losing my body will make my soul stronger." 3. Wu Maji shouted the last count. Yang Dingtian looked at Song Lihua's beautiful and delicate face and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, Song Lihua. It's okay. I don't regret my choice." Song Lihua smiled sweetly at Yang Dingtian and said, "Today, I'm also proud. Also, please call me Lihua." Qin Huayu's body twitched and blood flowed out of Song Chunhua's eyes. However, no one spoke. Everyone obeyed Yang Dingtian's decision. Wu Maji looked at Yang Dingtian and smiled seductively. "Kill," Wu Maji ordered. Song Minghua slashed down with his sword. "Wait," Yang Dingtian shouted. I can't win against you. I'm not as cruel as you. I can't watch a beautiful life wither away." Yang Dingtian said, "I'll give you Wu Maji, and you give us Song Lihua. You don't want such a beautiful fairy, but we do. We treat her as a treasure, and we're willing to give up our lives to protect her." Qin Huayu's tears immediately poured out. Song Lihua's beautiful face bloomed with dazzling light. Her beautiful vitality seemed to have completely recovered. Chapter 438. Song Xiao had officially chosen to abandon his daughter Song Chunhua and Song Lihua. He had chosen to stand on the side of the evil ways. The entire place was silent. "Lihua, come here." Yang Dingtian beckoned. Song Lihua wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked towards Yang Dingtian. "You dare!" Song Minghua shouted and pressed his sword down. "Yang Dingtian, release Madame Wu Maji first, then we will release Song Lihua." "Release her," Yang Dingtian said coldly. What if we release Song Lihua, and you go back on your words?" Song Minghua laughed coldly. "Do you think I am you?" Yang Dingtian shouted. "Do you think I am a beast like you, a lackey? Release her." Song Minghua's face turned ugly, and his eyes flashed with viciousness and coldness. "Release her," Wu Maji said indifferently. "If there is anyone in this world that can be trusted, then the idiot behind me should be one of them." Wu Maji's words were like an imperial edict to Song Minghua, and he immediately put down his sword. Song Lihua walked over to Song Chunhua and said gently, "Sister, how are you?" "You are fine. My body was invaded by Yin Qi, and I should be able to expel it with the mystic fire." Song Chunhua said, "I am sorry to have implicated you." Song Lihua shook her head. "I am proud of the choice I made." Song Chunhua said to the surviving demonic dragon guards, "I'll have to trouble you guys to bring us 6 demonic dragon mounts." "Yes," the demonic dragon guard replied. All demonic dragon guards returned to camp. "Yes." Then the 100 or so surviving demon dragon guards all retreated. Not long after, the 6 demonic dragon mounts rushed over. These mounts were indeed impressive, and they were extremely fast. Although they were from the demonic lizard clan, they looked very similar to the dinosaurs on Earth. They were 7 to 8 meters long and 2 meters tall. Their bodies were embedded with sturdy armor, and there was a sharp horn on their heads. It could be said that in terms of speed, in terms of explosive power, in terms of strength, and in terms of spirituality, the demonic dragon war cavalry was more than 10 times stronger than the most elite war horses. It could be said that a group of 300 devil dragon cavalry could easily defeat Yang Dingtian's 3,000 black blood cavalry. The World Society's devil dragon cavalry could be said to be the king of cavalry in the world. It was also the foundation of the world, the absolute trump card. Yang Dingtian and the others mounted the demonic dragon war steeds. "Give me a ride." Yang Dingtian also grabbed Wu Maji and jumped onto the demon dragon war mount. Ignoring the fact that they were men and women, he hugged her tightly. After all, she had the demon spirit mist cloak and could appear at any moment, so he had to hug her tightly. Then, the 6 of them rode the demonic dragon war steeds out of the city through the ruins. Song Xiao remained expressionless, his back facing Yang Dingtian and the others. As for Song Minghua, he led a group of demonic dragon cavalry to monitor Yang Dingtian and followed closely. When he walked past Song Xiao, he said in a low voice, "Father, I am the only one monitoring them. I am afraid that I will not be their opponent." Song Xiao's face twitched. Yang Dingtian will do what he said. He will not break the letter. "It is better to be safe than sorry," Song Minghua said. "We must use the greatest evil to predict our enemy." Song Zhao's expression instantly turned extremely unsightly. Subsequently, he pulled over a formidable unicorn and rode on it, following closely behind Yang Dingtian's group of 5. The banished Yang Dingtian, Song Chunhua, Song Lihua, and the rest of the 6 people went down the Ba City floor by floor. At first, no one dared to come out to watch, but later, more and more people came out to watch. At first, no one dared to show sympathy, but later more and more people showed sympathy. At first, no one dared to cry, but later more and more people started to cry. No one was a fool. They had fought for so long just now. Also, many rumors had already spread throughout the entire world society. Everyone knew which side was righteous, and which side was evil. Now righteousness was exiled. The world society had chosen evil. The scene was completely depressing. Countless people looked at Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua and cried silently. Finally, these gazes turned into support, worry and fanatical admiration. Seeing this scene, Song Zhao's face turned extremely ugly. At the moment when he gave up on Song Lihua, at the moment when he chose evil ways. In the world society, he had already lost his prestige and the people's hearts. Originally, today was Song Minghua's proudest day. He finally got what he wanted. He chased away the proud and brilliant Song Chunhua and became the only successor of the world society. However, at this moment, when he saw the sympathy, admiration, and support of Song Chunhua and Yang Dingtian from the people of Ba City, he was instantly enraged. Everyone go back. These people are all traitors of the world society. No one is allowed to sympathize with them or collude with them. Otherwise, they will be punished as a criminal, Song Minghua shouted sternly. However, no one paid attention to him. Song Minghua's face turned cold, and he was about to give the order to arrest them. "Don't be so complacent. Don't show off your stupidity anymore," Song Xiao said coldly. "Father, you are compromising," Song Minghua said. "At this time we can't be merciful. Whoever sympathizes with Yang Dingtian will be a traitor of the world society and must be arrested." "Arrest? Can you arrest all of them?" Song Xiao said lightly. Yes, could he arrest all of them? At this moment, on both sides of the road, layers and layers of Ba City were densely packed with people. The entire city stopped everything to send Song Chunhua off. Song Chunhua had been the pride of the world society for 10 years. Song Chunhua had left a noble impression on the world society for 10 years. Song Lihua had left a beautiful impression on the people of the world society for almost 10 years. Finally, under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, Yang Dingtian and the other 4 arrived at the big city gate of Ba City. At this moment, the square of the city gate was densely packed with people. Song Chunhua got down from her mount with difficulty and said to everyone, "Everyone, your following days may be very dark. But please protect yourselves and leave behind a useful body." The leader that I follow, sect leader Yang Dingtian, said something. "Even if you are in the dark, you must look up to the light. If one day, you are really in despair and on the verge of destruction, then please don't completely give up hope. If I can survive, I will definitely bring my comrades and come from the south, either to save you, or to die together with you. I, and Yang Dingtian, who I follow, will never give up on the people of light and justice." Then Song Chunhua bowed deeply. Instantly, the whole city was crying. "Humph, what are you crying for?" Song Minghua said sternly. "Yang Dingtian, this evil thief, is doomed to be destroyed, but he still wants to drag the world society down with him. Song Lihua, Song Chunhua, has completely betrayed you, betrayed the world society. We will drive her out, and to you we will save you. Shut up." Suddenly, an angry shout came from the crowd. "Who is it? Come out." Song Minghua's eyes turned ferocious and said angrily, "Men, catch that Yang Dingtian's accomplice. Catch that traitor and execute him in public." Immediately, a few of Song Minghua's lackeys rushed into the crowd to catch that person. The crowd exclaimed, "Soon, That person was caught by two warriors. He was the manager of the low-class hotel, one of the most despicable people in the world society. Yang Dingtian had given him a gold coin and said thank you to him. A few warriors caught him and pressed him to the ground, about to execute him in public. Yang Dingtian slowly walked forward, grabbed the warrior's long sword and twisted it gently. Suddenly the long sword shattered. You can't stay here any longer, come with me. Yang Dingtian smiled at that person, then stretched out his hand. The manager of the hotel was shocked, and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Then tears gushed out of his eyes as he nodded desperately. Qin Huaiyu, bring him along, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Qin Huaiyu went forward and directly lifted that person onto his mount, sitting in front of him. This action completely ignited the entire King City. City Lord Yang, we will go with you, we will go with you. Miss Song, bring us along, we will go with you. The entire crowd was in an uproar. Countless people stretched out their hands and rushed forward. At this moment Song Xiao, who had been cold and silent, finally couldn't take it anymore and said sternly, Yang Dingtian, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to. Yang Dingtian looked at the swarming crowd and raised his hand. Suddenly, everyone stared at him quietly. I know that you trust me because you trust Song Chunhua, Yang Dingtian said. I really want to take you with me, but Cloud Sky City is more dangerous than here. Within a month, Cloud Sky City will face a destructive war. Just now, Song Chunhua promised you that if we don't die after the war, we will lead the north. We will definitely lead our army north and rescue you from the claws and fangs of the devil race. Okay. Okay. Everyone shouted. Let's go. Yang Dingtian ordered. 7 people, 6 mounts rushed out of the city gate. Yang Dingtian and the rest had just rushed out of the city gate when the ground suddenly trembled. Not far away, countless black dots began to condense. They were extremely fast and powerful. Every black dot was like a black lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, these countless black dots condensed in front of the city gate. It was pitch black and boundless. They directly blocked the path of Yang Dingtian and the rest and surrounded Yang Dingtian. Song Chunhua's face turned cold and said, Devil Dragon Cavalry, are you trying to block our path? The leader stepped out and took off his helmet, revealing his heroic face. City Lord Yang Dingtian, Commander Song Chunhua, Devil Dragon Cavalry 1st Army, 3rd Army, and 5th Army, are willing to follow justice and fight evil ways to the end. Please accept our loyalty. After speaking, the other 2 cavalry leaders stepped out and took off their helmets. They knelt on one knee in front of Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua and offered their swords. Among these 3 commanders, 2 of them had just fought side by side with Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua. In those short 2 hours, they had already gone through many life and death situations together. Moreover, Song Chunhua had led this cavalry and had been locked up for 5 years. Seeing this scene, Song Xiao was stunned. Song Minghua was also stunned. The Devil Dragon Cavalry was the lifeblood of the world society. It was the absolute trump card. In total there were only 5 armies. 5,000 Devil Dragon Cavalry. Adding on the reserve cavalry, there were only less than 8,000. Now there were actually 3 armies that had changed sides and wanted to follow Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua. This was simply digging out Song Zhao's heart and cutting out Song Minghua's lungs. In an instant, more than half of the world society's trump card army was gone. You are all rebelling. Song Minghua hissed. All of you return. Otherwise, all of you will be executed. Song Xiao was also completely shocked as he looked at all this in disbelief. Very quickly Song Xiao woke up. He had to use the shortest amount of time to redeem himself. Immediately, he looked coldly at the 3 commanders and said, You all, are you betraying me? Don't forget who used all the resources to nurture you. You all once knelt in front of the main hall and swore to be loyal to my world society. Could it be that you all want to go back on your oath? When these words were spoken, the Devil Dragon Cavalry was stunned and looked at each other. They were the bravest warriors and many of them were not afraid of death. However, they were afraid of going back on their oath. When each of them entered the Devil Dragon army, They all swore to be loyal to the world society forever. Otherwise, after death, they would fall into the 18 layers of hell and never be reborn. Their ancestors would never be able to reincarnate. Their descendants will never be able to reincarnate for 10,000 generations. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of going back on their oath. They were afraid that their ancestors and descendants would never be reborn. Are you all going to let your ancestors be shamed in hell? Sink into hell and wail in grief? Song Xiao said sternly. Immediately, all of the devil-dragon cavalry took half a step back, and their aura weakened. Even the faces of the 3 captains were deathly pale. Instantly, the aura of the 3,000 devil-dragon cavalry was on the verge of collapse. Song Xiao was indeed Song Xiao. Once he got rid of his emotional troubles, he immediately went for the vital points. Unlike Song Minghua, who only knew how to threaten and abuse. Following which Song Xiao said sternly, Song Chunhua, Song Lihua, seduced the enemy and betrayed the world society. From today onwards, I will expel the 2 of them from the world society, and will never step into the north. Otherwise I will kill them. Then, Song Zhao's body exploded with fighting spirit as he roared. Yang Dingtian, why aren't you scramming? Get out of my world society, get out of my north. Otherwise I will kill you. I will kill all of you. Song Xiao put down the last weight on the scale. Then, his eyes were like lightning as he coldly said to the 3,000 devil-dragon cavalry. I order all of the devil-dragon cavalry to return to camp. Go. Song Zhao's roar was like thunder in the sky. After all, he was the leader of the world society for decades and had accumulated a lot of power. With this roar, the 3,000 devil-dragon cavalry took a few steps back and became restless. At this moment, as long as someone took the lead to return to camp, it would cause a tide-like effect. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian sprinted out of the ranks and ran wildly in front of the devil-dragon army. He immediately attracted the attention of the devil-dragon army. Then he jumped onto the dragon's head and faced Song Xiao. He raised the crystal sword token of the leader of the hidden sect and roared. As the leader of the Tiando League, the leader of the hidden sect, I order. Song Xiao has gone against the tide, and is not fit to be the leader of the world society. He is officially dismissed. I order Song Chunhua to be the acting leader of the world society. Lead the devil dragon army to the south and fight against evil ways. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly injected his Xian Qi. Suddenly, the crystal sword token shot out a dazzling radiance. Song Xiao trembled as he looked at the crystal sword in Yang Dingtian's hand in disbelief. To be honest, there were not many people who knew about the crystal sword. But Song Xiao was definitely one of them. He really did not dare to believe that the crystal sword token that represented the leader of the hidden sect was in Yang Dingtian's hands. At this moment, Song Chunhua got down from his mount and knelt down on one knee. Acting leader of the world society, Song Chunhua accepts the order. Yang Dingtian originally did not want to reveal this token, because not many people had seen it before. Moreover, this was only the personal token of the Nihility Piaoling, and not the real token of the leader of the hidden sect. However, at such a crucial moment, if he did not suppress Song Xiao with righteousness, this incomparably elite trump card army would be completely lost. One must know that this 3,000 Devil Dragon army was comparable to 30,000, 50,000, or even more. Since he had already revealed it, he might as well go all the way. Yang Dingtian raised the token up high and shouted, "All warriors of the world society, listen to my order. The Tiando League has officially issued a war call. All warriors of martial mystic rank and above, go into battle, and follow your leader Song Chunhua to the south to fight." At this moment, the 3 Devil Dragon cavalry commanders immediately understood and shouted loudly, "Go south, go south." Immediately after, the thousands of Devil Dragon cavalry also shouted loudly, "Go south, go south." Then, under the leadership of a few leaders, the thousands of Devil Dragon cavalry began to run wildly on the huge ground. They ran wildly around Ba City. Go south, go south. Instantly, the entire scene was filled with blood boiling. Everyone couldn't help but be greatly influenced by it. Then, in this blood-boiling infection, one warrior after another, riding their war horses, rushed out of Ba City, and followed behind the Devil Dragon cavalry. At first it was a few, then it became dozens. In the end, they all surged out like a tide. Song Minghua was instantly stunned. He shouted with all his might, and shouted with all his might. "You are all rebelling. Men, block the city gate. Kill anyone who leaves the city," Song Minghua said sternly. The Devil Dragon cavalry behind him did not move. "What are you all waiting for? Go and block the city gate. Kill anyone who leaves the city," Song Minghua shouted at the Devil Dragon cavalry behind him. The two leaders of the Devil Dragon cavalry behind him looked at each other. Then, they suddenly pulled out their swords and led hundreds of Devil Dragon cavalry out. However, they did not go and block the city gate. Instead, they went directly behind Yang Dingtian and the others. They pulled out their swords and shouted, "Go south, go south!" They had also completely rebelled and chose to follow Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua. Pooh! Song Minghua spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Not only did he not stop the enemy from rebelling, but his own army had also completely rebelled. Instantly, the army behind Yang Dingtian increased. In the end, there were over 10,000 people. The galloping of over 10,000 cavalry caused the entire ground to tremble. The entire Ba city was trembling. This momentum was like a raging fire. It could not be suppressed at all. Song Zhao's expression was as cold as ice. His body trembled as he looked at this scene. He had to stop all of this. Otherwise, the world order would rest. He could choose to kill Yang Dingtian immediately. But if he did so, then the 10,000 world order warriors present would completely abandon him. He was now extremely regretful. Why didn't he kill this scourge before? Even if he wanted to kill him now, it was too late. Of course, he also knew in his heart that he did not have the right to kill Yang Dingtian. This right belonged to the young master of the Temple of Annihilation, Li Ming. Thinking quickly, Song Xiao laughed to the sky. He had the cultivation of a 9-star level 9 guru. His laughter was like a thunderclap. It actually completely covered the deafening galloping sound. Everyone turned to look at him. Ridiculous. This is the biggest absurdity in the world. Yang Dingtian, why don't you pretend to be someone else? You actually pretended to be the leader of the hidden sect. You are totally digging your own grave. Who doesn't know that the young master of the hidden sect, John Doe, has already descended to the world? That person, is that you? Of course, Song Xiao already knew that John Doe was fake. But he did not know that John Doe was Yang Dingtian. At this moment, in order to suppress Yang Dingtian's momentum, of course, he had to use the gimmick of the young master of the hidden sect, John Doe. As long as Yang Dingtian's identity as the leader of the hidden sect was fake, then Yang Dingtian's image would completely collapse, and the situation would be completely reversed. As expected, once this was said, everyone could not help but be confused. They did not doubt Yang Dingtian's righteousness, but they were confused about Yang Dingtian's identity as the so-called leader of the hidden sect. It was too sudden. Just now, they were so hot-blooded that they were led to rush out. Now that this thought was exposed, they instantly became suspicious. Everyone present had heard about the young master of the hidden sect, John Doe. Then, since the young master of the hidden sect was John Doe, then Yang Dingtian was fake. Ha 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 ha. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. Suddenly, he flew into the air, raised the crystal sword in his hand and slashed towards the ground. Bang! A huge bolt of lightning suddenly struck the ground. Lightning mystic skill demonic sky split. Everyone was very clear that the leaders of the hidden sect all had lightning talent. Of course, the reason why Bing Ling did not know lightning mystic skills was because her level was not high enough, and she had not learned the high level of the hidden sect's cultivation technique. After learning it, even if she did not have lightning talent, she would be able to burst out lightning energy. Song Xiao, open your eyes and look carefully. I am the leader of the hidden sect, Su Wuming. Yang Dingtian shouted loudly. Then in the air, he suddenly performed the whirling calamity crossing sword technique. One sword, one sword, one sword. Suddenly the air was torn apart, and the space was torn apart. The space was torn apart, and the scene was distorted. It was an extremely stunning scene. Only the hidden sect's whirling calamity crossing sword technique had this kind of sword technique. Seeing this scene, the atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. Everyone cheered loudly and looked up at Yang Dingtian in the air. Long live the hidden sect! Long live Yang Dingtian! Long live Su Wuming! Countless people's blood was boiling in countless deafening cheers. As for Song Xiao, he looked at this scene. His entire heart was torn apart. It was completely like being struck by lightning. It was fine if he did not mention the young master of the hidden sect. Once he did, it completely confirmed Yang Dingtian's identity. Now, no matter what he said, it would be useless. Yang Dingtian's aura had already soared to the sky. Song Minghua was extremely jealous and looked at Yang Dingtian with incomparable resentment. He came to Song Xiao's side and said, "Father, go up and kill him, kill him." "Kill him?" Song Xiao said. "Kill him in front of tens of thousands of people? My crime is to murder the leader of the hidden sect. Qin Wanchou and the others will use this opportunity to tear our world society into pieces and swallow it. Behind us, there is still the Temple of Annihilation," Song Minghua said. "Once Yang Dingtian dies, the Temple of Annihilation will be the first to abandon me," Song Xiao said indifferently. "The young master of the Temple of Gods will be the first to kill me. I don't have the qualifications to kill Yang Dingtian." At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly landed on his mount. He pulled out his sword and waved it, saying, "All martial artists, follow me to the south and fight to the death with evil ways." Then with Yang Dingtian and the other 5 as the leader, they galloped south. Behind them, tens of thousands of people followed Yang Dingtian to the south to fight. Chapter 439. The current Song Xiao was truly itching to peel Yang Dingtian's skin and pull out his tendons. He had never hated someone so much before. Qin Wentian had directly cut out a large piece of flesh from his heart. There were more than 3,000 Devil Dragon Army members. It was equivalent to 50,000 or even 100,000 soldiers. This was the trump card of the Primal Chaos World's ground army. In the entire Heavenly Dao Union's ground army, the Devil Dragon Cavalry was completely invincible. Otherwise, with Qin Wanchou's crazy personality, why did he never touch the north and instead repeatedly show goodwill? That was because he knew that in a ground battle, even if he sent out 100,000 or 200,000 soldiers, they would still be cut into pieces by the Devil Dragon Army and killed cleanly. Of course, the world society had another trump card, the Steel Army. However, this army was basically used for defense or for frontal battles. This time, there was not a single Steel Army in the army that betrayed Song Xiao. Of course, this was not because the Steel Army was loyal to Song Xiao, nor was it because the Steel Army was not hot-blooded or righteous. It was because of the uniqueness of the Steel Army. This army's reputation was not very good. In the Tiando League, there were often people who attacked the world society because of the Steel Army's inhumanity. This was because the Steel Army could be considered to be forged using medicine and special methods. This army only obeyed orders and had almost no will of its own. On the battlefield, they did not know what fear was. They could be considered as a powerful and mechanical armed force. Thus, they were naturally not hot-blooded. Thus, no one followed Yang Dingtian to the south. The Devil Dragon Army was different. It was the complete opposite of the Steel Army. One was absolutely numb and mechanical. As for the Devil Dragon Army, they pursued speed. Speed meant freedom and hot-bloodedness. They had their own will and ideals, loyalty and hot-bloodedness. Of course, to Song Xiao, these noble qualities became a sharp double-edged sword. When he was able to maintain their loyalty, they were an indestructible sharp sword in his hand. However, when he let them down and lost their loyalty, this sharp sword would finally hurt him. This was an army with a soul. When their commander was fighting side by side with Song Xiao, he had also witnessed Song Xiao's extremely disappointing performance. The spiritual pillar that they had pledged their loyalty to had almost collapsed in an instant. Yang Dingtian, you and Song Chunhua just happened to fill this gap. Song Minghua's face was twisted as he watched Yang Dingtian lead the 10,000-strong army into the distance. He said, "Father, should we give chase? We will mobilize the Ba City army and order the vassals to intercept them. This army will not be able to reach Cloud Heaven City." Do you think there's another group in the world society that can stop the 3,000 or 4,000 devil dragon army? Song Xiao asked. We still have 3,000 to 4,000 members of the devil dragon army, Song Minghua said. Idiot. If you send the rest of the devil dragon army out, they won't be able to return. They will follow Yang Dingtian to the south. Song Xiao sternly said. Song Chunhua has been leading this army for more than 5 years. It's all this bitch's fault. And Song Lihua, that bitch. Song Minghua gritted his teeth. This time, Song Xiao didn't scold him. At this moment, his hatred for Song Lihua and Song Chunhua even exceeded Yang Dingtian. If it weren't for these two daughters, Yang Dingtian wouldn't even be able to take one person away. Song Lihua, Song Chunhua, you two stupid and lowly women. One day, you will regret your decision today. My choice is the right one. Everyone who betrayed me today, you will all die on the battlefield. You will all die under the claws of evil ways. Yang Dingtian, aren't you going to kill me? Wu Maji asked. She was 29 years old this year. She was at the most mature and beautiful age for a woman. She had been married for a full 8 years. However, she had always been pure and innocent. On the night of her wedding with Ning Hua, her arrogance and valiance angered Ning Hua to the point of tears. Then she ran out of the room. After that, the two of them were in a cold war. Later on, Ning Hua disappeared. Later on, the news of Ning Hua's death came. Ning Hua's departure was directly related to her. Ning Hua's death was also directly related to her. The last time she saw Ning Hua was his back, and Ning Hua's voice was full of concern and love. Go go. Then Wu Maji really left. She really ran away, leaving Ning Hua to a powerful enemy. This enemy was attracted by her, Wu Maji. To be precise, it was attracted by his beauty. She had never seen such a shameless and scrupulous, evil and handsome man. The first time they met, this man said, "You're so beautiful. Kneel and serve me." Then without any hesitation he went forward, grabbed Wu Maji, and forced her to kneel. He was very powerful. He was so powerful that Wu Maji couldn't even resist his finger a few years ago. Just as she was about to suffer the greatest humiliation, the man she had always looked down on, Ning Yu, rushed out and directly killed this devil-like handsome man in a suicidal manner. In extreme fear, Wu Maji really ran away, leaving her husband Ning Hua to the devil. Then, she never saw Ning Hua again, until the news of his death came. During this period, she lived in torment, pain, and hell every day, every moment. Endless regret, endless shame, and endless humiliation. She had always looked down on Ning Hua, thinking that he was weak and useless. He was a man, but he was as sensitive and delicate as a woman. She had always been proud, thinking that she was brave, strong, and fearless. She had always hated herself for not being a man. However, when the real danger came, the weak Ning Hua chose to die, while the fearless Wu Maji chose to run away. She regretted not recognizing herself and Ning Hua earlier. Then, the two of them would have been in love and had a cute baby. She regretted her cowardly decision to run away instead of choosing to fight and die with Ning Hua. So when the news of Ning Hua's death came, she chose to be brave to die. This was a form of relief, and also a form of redemption. However, she did not die. She came back to life. There was an extremely terrifying, mysterious, and powerful energy that made her come back to life. From then on, her cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and her temperament changed drastically. She did not want to live, so after being resurrected by the evil energy, she tried to commit suicide many times. But she realized that she could not die at all. Then Ning Wuming told her, Ning Hua did not die. Like Wu Maji, Ning Hua was resurrected by the evil energy. As long as Wu Maji chose to be loyal to the Lord, Ning Hua would return to her side one day. Thus Wu Maji began her life as a witch. She killed countless people and destroyed countless people. She became another general of the Ning clan in the South Sea. Her viciousness, her loyalty to the young master of the Temple of Annihilation, was only for one purpose, and that was Ning Hua's return. So, the 29-year-old Wu Maji was pure and innocent, and did not even kiss. This was because when Ning Rua had tried to kiss her, she had been slapped in the face instead. At this moment, as she was being held hostage, she kept colliding with Yang Dingtian. She had a strange feeling that she could not stop him. Afterward, Wu Maji felt a deep sense of shame and guilt. She felt that she had betrayed her husband. Of course, she would not scold Yang Dingtian shallowly, because this had nothing to do with Yang Dingtian. Because Yang Dingtian's attention was not on her at all. Yang Dingtian, you should fulfill your promise and let Madame Wu Maji go. Suddenly, a shout came from the sky. It was Song Zhao's voice. Even though they were dozens of miles away, his voice was like thunder. Yang Dingtian lowered his head and looked at Wu Maji. Yang Dingtian, kill me. Chop off my head. Wu Maji suddenly said. I can't kill you even if I chop off your head. If you really want to die, just explode your sea of qi, and you'll die for real, Yang Dingtian said. Didn't you cherish your body before? Why don't you want it now? It has already humiliated me, Wu Maji said. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to offend you, but your teleportation technique is too shocking, Yang Dingtian said. You don't know anything, Wu Maji said in her heart. All right, thank you for escorting me. You can go, Yang Dingtian said. Say it. Yang Dingtian threw Wu Maji out. Wu Maji looked at Yang Dingtian. Today's humiliation will be returned tenfold in the future. My revenge will be very, very cruel. Yang Dingtian's face turned cold, and he ignored her. Do you think you can change anything by taking away tens of thousands of people? Don't be delusional. Cloud Sky City's destruction is destined. Your wife, your mother-in-law, and the young master of the Temple of Annihilation are destined. This group of people is destined to become cannon fodder, Wu Maji said coldly. She didn't know why she said this. She had always been cold and didn't like to talk. However, she didn't know why she would threaten Yang Dingtian today. It was as if the guilt in her heart lessened with every sentence she said to him. Yang Dingtian, I'll see you at the final battle of Cloud Sky City. I'll see you at the massacre. I'll see you at the end of Cloud Sky City. After saying this, Wu Maji disappeared into thin air, instantly disappearing without a trace. Yang Dingtian led an army of tens of thousands all the way south. At this moment his heart was still surging. To be honest, he went north to the World Society this time. He still had high hopes for the marriage between the World Society and Qin City. However, he didn't expect Song Xiao to be so greedy under his ambitious face. He actually changed sides because of the conditions Wu Maji gave him. In the end, he even abandoned his daughter and stood in the camp of the evil Dao. This caused the commander of the Devil Dragon Army to be completely bitterly disappointed. It also caused Song Chunhua and Song Lihua to abandon him. Of course, if Yang Dingtian could kill Wu Maji, he would still be able to force Song Xiao into a corner. However, who would have thought that Wu Maji's body had been revived by the evil spirits? No matter what, she couldn't be killed unless she blew up her own sea of qi. Moreover, who would have thought that she was so powerful? Not only did she kill countless devil dragon warriors, but she also heavily injured Song Chunhua and Vulture. If it wasn't for the Ring of Protection, the little girl would have died long ago. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's trip north this time was a complete failure. Not only did he fail to rope in the World Society, but he also made the World Society completely change sides. However, who would have thought that at the end of the road, there would be light at the end of the tunnel? In the end, he actually obtained the extremely powerful Devil Dragon Army, and close to 10,000 warriors. This harvest was so huge that it was even bigger than Yang Dingtian had imagined. However, the price he paid was also very high. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to reveal his identity as the hidden sect leader in advance. At this time, Yang Dingtian wasn't strong enough, so it wasn't the time to reveal his identity. However, in the end, he obtained this extremely powerful Devil Dragon Army. He immediately felt that his hand was cold. Song Chunhua had the Phoenix Fire Vein. Her entire body was filled with energy. As long as one approached, they would be able to feel a fiery aura. However, she had never been so cold. Even when she was at her most injured in the secret realm, she wasn't so cold. Have you taken the holy water pill? I took 3. But it was useless, Song Lihua said. Even with the mystic fire, it was useless? Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Song Lihua nodded. Yang Dingtian came behind Song Chunhua, placed his hand on her qi si, and injected a stream of profound qi. Immediately, Yang Dingtian shivered. A bone-piercing cold energy attacked him. This kind of cold energy wasn't the kind that could freeze water. Instead, it was as cold as ghosts from hell. It was a cold that penetrated deep into the bones and profound qi. It was because the cold energy of the powerful dead spirit that Wu Maji summoned had entered Song Chuanhua's body. At this moment, it was crazily devouring Yang Dingtian's life force. If it was allowed to continue, Song Chunhua wouldn't live to see tomorrow morning. Of course, Song Chunhua couldn't die. She was Yang Dingtian's most loyal right-hand woman. No matter who died, she couldn't be left out. In fact, Song Chunhua was also part of the Devil Dragon army. To be precise, they were directly following Song Chunhua, not Yang Dingtian. Do you have a way? Song Lihua asked. I'll try. It's very dangerous, Yang Dingtian said. You and the little girl stay at the side and watch over her. Okay, Song Lihua said. The little girl also came in and sat opposite Song Lihua. Yang Dingtian took out a hollow beast tendon from his spatial ring. Then, he broke off a piece of metal and used his hand magic to form a needle. He burned the needle with his mystic fire and made the needle hollow. He made 2 needles and put them on the 2 sides of the beast tendon. One end of the needle was inserted into Song Chuanhua's vein, while the other end was inserted into Yang Dingtian's blood vessels. Then, he took Song Chuanhua's other hand and cut it open. Immediately, fresh blood gushed out. Yang Dingtian realized that Song Chuanhua's blood had already changed color. It was faintly blue. It was very breathtaking and very strange. No wonder the mystic fire couldn't expel it. Not only did the cold ghost energy contaminate the profound qi, it also contaminated the blood. Song Lihua hurriedly used a basin to catch the blood that flowed out. Then, Yang Dingtian's blood quickly flowed into Song Chuanhua's body. Song Chuanhua's expression changed slightly. You want to change her blood? Yang Dingtian nodded his head. But you are so important. If you lose too much blood, it will be very harmful to your body and cultivation. Song Lihua said. Why don't you use someone else's blood? I have the 9 Yang mystic meridians. Only my blood is useful. Yang Dingtian said. Then he closed his eyes. Time passed by minute. Song Chuanhua's blood flowed out continuously. More and more blood flowed out. Song Lihua and the little girl's expressions became more and more moved. At this moment, many people felt the strangeness in the carriage. They couldn't help but surround it with concern. Among them, the 3 commanders of the Devil Dragon army surrounded it. Although they didn't say anything, they all wanted to know what happened. Song Lihua gently lifted the curtain of the carriage, allowing the people outside to see the situation inside. Immediately, everyone saw this scene. Yang Dingtian used his blood to save Song Chunhua. Song Chuanhua's blood continued to flow out while Yang Dingtian's blood continued to enter Song Chuanhua's body. At this moment, the basin filled with Song Lihua's blood was already full. Song Lihua quickly changed it. Everyone outside was completely moved. They were very clear that how much blood Song Chunhua lost was the same as how much blood Yang Dingtian lost. How much blood was there? 1 gene, 3 gene, 4 gene? This was 1/3 or even nearly half of the blood in a person's body. What would happen if one lost this blood? Anyone could imagine it. Immediately, everyone outside felt their hearts tremble. Then they were incomparably moved. They followed Yang Dingtian because their blood boiled, because of passion, because of impulse. In fact, they didn't have much feelings for Yang Dingtian. They respected and supported Song Chunhua. The impression that Yang Dingtian gave them was still very shallow. At this moment, this scene was deeply engraved in their hearts. Yang Dingtian's figure was also deeply engraved in their hearts. This emotion, this spirit, would support them to fight to the end. Then Song Lihua gently pulled the curtain. Little Princess Vulture immediately looked at her with admiration. Song Lihua was beautiful, gentle, and extremely intelligent. Her simple action would allow Yang Dingtian to win the hearts of countless people. The blood exchange was still continuing. Song Lihua and the little girls' faces were getting paler and paler. Song Chunhua's second basin of blood was already full. At this moment, Song Lihua's heart skipped a beat. Yang Dingtian's body swayed slightly just now. With so much blood, it was already at the limit. Perhaps Yang Dingtian might even die. Although Song Chunhua was her sister, There was a sentence in her heart that she wanted to say. Give up, City Lord Yang. Stop. The little girl Vulture's face was getting paler and paler. Her beautiful eyes were getting redder and redder. In the end, she was about to cry. Just as they were about to collapse, Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes and pulled out the needle tube. It's done. Immediately, Song Lihua and the little girl cried tears of joy. Song Lihua was still crying, but didn't make a sound. The little girl, on the other hand, burst into tears. Next, Yang Dingtian quickly swallowed a pill. Finally, Song Chuanhua's face started to blush. Yang Dingtian adjusted his breath for a moment, stood up, and was about to walk outside. You should stay in the carriage. Song Lihua said. That's not good. Yang Dingtian said. Then he walked out of the carriage. Immediately, countless concerned gazes looked at him. Yang Dingtian nodded and smiled. Then he mounted his demonic dragon mount and said, Full speed south. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Then, more than 10,000 people, with an imposing aura, rushed south. More than 10,000 people, close to 20,000 mounts. They didn't sleep or rest along the way and traveled as fast as lightning. After 3 days and 3 nights, they had traveled close to 5,000 miles, and finally left the north. Of course, the Devil Dragon army only needed 1 day and 1 night to cover this distance. But in Yang Dingtian's team, other than the 3,000 over Devil Dragon cavalry, there were more than 10,000 martial artists who were riding horses. More than 10,000 people headed south. They met countless eyes and countless scouts, but they didn't meet any obstruction. After passing through the long and narrow land bridge, the northwest continent was already in sight. More than 10,000 people galloped on their mounts. They were majestic and rushed towards the northwest continent like a tide. In front of them was the territory of the northwest Qin city. The castle that guarded this place was called Heaven Wave City. In order to guard against the World Association's invasion, the scale of Heaven Wave City was very large. It had a circumference of over 10 miles. Yang Dingtian led more than 10,000 people and arrived at the Heaven Wave City gate. He looked at Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu rode forward and said, I am the Northwest Qin City's young lord Qin Huayu. Open the city gate and let the army pass. Ka-cha-cha. Ka-cha-cha. Suddenly on the city wall, countless troops rushed out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of countless bowstrings being pulled could be heard. Rumble, rumble. From the east and west, 2 black torrents surged forward. They were 2 cavalry units. Each cavalry unit had more than 10,000 people. The 2 cavalry units and the Heaven Wave City in front surrounded Yang Dingtian's 10,000 people in the center. Then, a familiar face appeared on the city gate. Autumn Water Sword Sect's young lord, Qiu Qingchuan. The man who once pursued Qin Mengli hated Yang Dingtian to the core. Cousin, how have you been? Qiu Qingchuan said lazily. Qin Huayu frowned and said, Open the gate and let the army pass. Qiu Qingchuan smiled and said, Cousin, if you want to pass, you can. But those cats and dogs behind you can't. Then, Qiu Qingchuan's face turned cold and said, Yang Dingtian, take your cats and dogs and get out of my northwest Qin city's territory. Otherwise, it will be seen as a provocation and a declaration of war. My Qin city's army will crush your bones. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure among the tens of thousands of cavalry units. Qin Wanqiu, the northwest Qin city's lord, the lord of the 10,000 miles territory, the hero of his generation Qin Wanqiu. At this moment, he was looking at Yang Dingtian with a lingering aftertaste, a faint surprise and a faint smile. Yang Dingtian, get out! Qiu Qingchuan shouted. Otherwise you will be killed. Suddenly, the 3 Devil Dragon army commanders were furious and were about to draw their swords. Yang Dingtian said lightly, Qiu Qingchuan, open the city gate and let us pass. Get out! Qiu Qingchuan shouted coldly. Then, she pulled her bow and shot an arrow at Yang Dingtian. Whoosh! A sharp arrow suddenly shot at Yang Dingtian's feet and sank half a foot into the ground, shaking violently. Yang Dingtian, get out of my northwest Qin city's territory immediately. If you dare to take 1 step forward, it will be seen as a declaration of war. My Qin city's army will kill you. Qiu Qingchuan shouted proudly, and looked at Qin Wanqiu. With Qin Wanqiu here, what else could he be afraid of? I will now count down from 3. If you don't leave, I will order the arrows to be released and order the war to kill you all. 3, 2, 1. As the voice fell, all the archers on the city wall aimed. Yang Dingtian raised his hand, and then took a few steps back. Behind him, all the Devil Dragon army also took a few steps back. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Qiu Qingchuan laughed proudly. Yang Dingtian, you finally have a day like this. You also know fear. I thought you were powerful and impressive, but it turns out that you are just a coward. Ha ha ha. Yang Dingtian pulled out his sword, and looked at Qin Wanqiu in the distance. He ordered, Devil Dragon army charge into the city. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Yes. Everyone shouted. Then, the 3,000 Devil Dragon army soldiers rushed out like a tidal wave and like thunder. Chapter 440. Release the arrows, shoot. Qiu Qingchuan, who was on the city wall, suddenly gave the order. Immediately, tens of thousands of arrows shot out from the city wall. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The arrows were as dense as rain, and the sword energy was as fast as lightning. The black mass of sharp arrows swept over like a gust of wind. And the 3,000 demon dragon knights didn't stop at all. Like a tornado, they swept over crazily. Their speed was too fast, so fast that it was suffocating. Bang bang bang. The dense rain of arrows instantly smashed into the tornado-like demon dragon legion. 2 black shadows fiercely collided. The arrows in this world were completely different from those on Earth. The lethality was many times greater. In ancient China on Earth, it was considered impressive to be able to open a stone bow. But here the power was at least 3 to 5 times greater. It was enough to directly pierce through a person's armor. This rainstorm like sharp arrows smashed over ferociously, making crisp sounds in unison. Countless streaks of flame shot out. However, there were no casualties. That's right, there were no casualties. First of all, the demon dragon mount was basically invulnerable. It was extremely strong, so its entire body could be inlaid with thick armor. And under the armor, there were even harder scales on its body. Ordinary arrows, even strong crossbows, couldn't hurt it. And these demon dragon warriors were all above the martial mystic level. Of course, this kind of martial mystic level expert was similar to being matured. They were collectively cultivated. Their individual combat strength and future development of their martial strength were relatively limited. However, they were still at the martial mystic level after all. In addition, each of them had a set of elite black and gold armor on their bodies. Therefore, this rain of arrows wouldn't cause any harm to them. Therefore, this powerful and dense rain of arrows didn't cause any casualties. It didn't even slow down the Demon Dragon Legion, more than 3,000 Demon Dragon warriors, because their bodies were too big. After they spread out on the ground, they were a black mass that couldn't be seen. Their aura was like an army of tens of thousands. A short distance of a few hundred meters was too short for the Demon Dragon Legion. More than 3,000 Demon Dragon cavalry, a black mass, blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Like black lightning, they arrived in an instant. The soldiers on the city wall didn't even have time to fire a second arrow before the 3,000 Devil Dragon cavalry arrived at the foot of the city wall. The expression of the soldiers on the city wall changed. This speed, this aura, and even the gigantic and ferocious figure of the demonic dragon mount were enough to scare them out of their wits. However, what made them slightly relieved was that Heaven Wave City was very big, and the city walls were very high. No matter how powerful a cavalry was, they were still cavalry, and could not attack a city. Following that, they were shocked to discover that the terrifying Devil Dragon cavalry didn't slow down or stop when they reached the bottom of the city wall. Was he trying to commit suicide by banging his head against the wall? With such a fast speed, no matter how powerful the demonic dragon mount was, its head would be crushed. However, what happened next completely stunned them. The Devil Dragon army didn't need to slow down because they could directly climb up the city walls. This city wall was more than 20 meters high, and the wallpaper was steep. These demonic dragons were like geckos as they quickly climbed up. His speed was incomparably fast, and from the naked eye, there was not much difference between him and the ground. Several thousand demon dragon warriors surged forward like a black tide. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. Not only the people on the city wall, but also Yang Dingtian and the others, including the 20,000 cavalrymen of Qin City, who were watching from afar. The cavalry actually charged up the city walls? Not all of the 3,000 demon dragon cavalry climbed up the city walls. Only 1,000 of them did. The remaining 2,000 cavalrymen slowed down and stopped. They split into two groups and faced off against the 20,000 cavalrymen of Qin City. Qin Wancho's expression instantly changed. This devil dragon cavalry was extremely arrogant. At this moment, there were close to 20,000 soldiers in Heaven Wave City. The devil dragon army, as the attacking party, only sent out 1,000 men. Qin Wancho was leading 20,000 elite cavalrymen, but the devil dragon army wanted to use 2,000 men to fight. The people on the city wall didn't even have time to smash the boulders or splash the boiling oil. Amidst the astonishment, the 1,000-strong devil dragon army arrived at the top of the city walls under Qin Huayu's lead at lightning speed. Swish, 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 swish. After reaching the city wall, all the devil dragon cavalry stretched out their battle blades. They didn't need to do anything. They just needed to charge over. They held onto their battle blades and flew over. Instantly, there was an endless amount of blood. Countless heads flew into the air. Just like harvesting wheat, the soldiers on the city wall didn't have any power to resist. In an instant, their heads were chopped off and half of their bodies were chopped off. They didn't even have time to cry out in pain or scream. Shwa! After the 1,000 over devil dragon cavalry swept over, the city wall was instantly emptied. The 3,000 elite warriors on the city wall were all killed in an instant. Instantly, there was only one person left on the city wall. The young master of the Autumn Water Sword sect, Qiu Qingxuan. He was completely stunned, completely shocked. Of course, he heard that the devil dragon cavalry was the overlord of the ground. However, he felt that this was definitely exaggerated. This was because he hadn't seen the devil dragon cavalry in battle for over 100 years. Furthermore, the devil dragon cavalry didn't perform well in the world-ending war 200 years ago. Therefore, this battle in Heaven Wave City was fought for by him. Among the powers of the Northwest Qin City, the Autumn Water Sword sect was undoubtedly the most determined to rely on evil ways. In terms of enmity towards Yang Dingtian, the Autumn Water Sword sect was also undoubtedly the most intense. This point could be seen when Qin Wancho's wife represented Qin City in the Tiando League Northwest Conference and supported and advocated for sanctions against Cloud Sky City. Therefore, a few days ago, when he found out that Yang Dingtian had passed through the land bridge to head to the North Tianxia gathering, Qiu Qingxuan proposed to lead the army to enter Heaven Wave City. When Yang Dingtian returned, they would give him a fatal blow. The Autumn Water Sword sect and Qin Wancho's wife gave the greatest support and sent 20,000 people to enter Heaven Wave City. When the 3,000 devil dragon cavalry rushed over, although their momentum was shocking, Qiu Qingxuan didn't think it was a big deal. He was the defender of the city and had 20,000 warriors in his hands. Not to mention, there were 20,000 cavalry in the distance who could provide support at any time. He was very optimistic about this battle. However, the cruelty of reality instantly tore apart all of his fantasies. He didn't think that the devil dragon cavalry would be so fast and invulnerable. He also didn't think that they would climb up the city wall like a tide. The strong and tall city wall was completely ignored by the devil dragon cavalry, as if they were walking on flat ground. What happened next was a one-sided slaughter, which shocked him even more. The most elite personal guards by his side could be said to have a cultivation level that wasn't inferior to the devil dragon cavalry. However, why were they killed the moment they saw them and couldn't resist at all? In less than 10 minutes, a few thousand of the most elite people on the city wall were all killed. As for the devil dragon cavalry, there were still no casualties. This legendary overlord of the land was so strong that it made people feel suffocated. Why were they so strong? Because first of all, the devil dragon cavalry wasn't a real cavalry but a demon beast. In terms of cultivation, the devil dragon cavalry was stronger than the cavalry on its back. Therefore, the power of the devil dragon cavalry's attack was very strong. Therefore, even if they were facing warriors with a higher cultivation level, they could still kill them. Even if they couldn't kill them instantly, a few devil dragon cavalry together could completely kill them. At this moment, Qin Wanqiu, who was far away, was completely stunned by this scene. Of course, he knew the might and power of the devil dragon cavalry, but he had never seen it before. He had proposed to have an armed drill with the World Society many times, and asked them to send out the devil dragon cavalry, because he wanted to know how strong the other party was. Then, he thought about the feasibility of attacking the World Society in the north. However, Song Xiao of the World Society refused every time. Now he finally saw how powerful the devil dragon army was. It was much more powerful than he had imagined. And such a land overlord was actually obtained by Yang Dingtian. Qin Huaiyu lifted his mask and looked at the lonely Qiu Qingchuan on the city wall. Qiu Qingchuan's face was pale and she said in a trembling voice, "Cousin, turn back and be saved. There is no way out if you follow Yang Dingtian. There is no hope." Qin Huaiyu didn't say anything. Instead, he rode the devil dragon forward slowly and began to speed up. Qiu Qingchuan was shocked and said, "Are you going to kill me? You dare to kill me? I am already young Master Ning Wuming's slave. I am his confidant. You dare to kill me?" Qin Wanqiu, who was far away, narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Qin Huaiyu, stop." Now Qin Huaiyu could still turn back. If he killed Qiu Qingchuan, then there would be no turning back. Because now, Qiu Qingchuan had indeed become Ning Wuming's slave. Whoosh! Qin Huaiyu didn't slow down at all, and rushed past Qiu Qingchuan like lightning. Qiu Qingchuan's body trembled, and he raised his sword, intending to block. Whoosh! His vision turned black, and then he didn't know anything. A head suddenly flew into the air. Qiu Qingchuan's head disappeared. In less than 0.1 second, his head was cut off in an instant. Even blood didn't have time to flow out. Then the gigantic demonic dragon mount stomped over its headless corpse and crushed it into a pile of meat. Qin Wanqiu saw this scene from afar, and his body shook violently. His face instantly turned cold and green. At this moment, below the city wall, there were still the Autumn Water Sword Sect's army. They were looking at the city wall in horror. They watched Qiu Qingchuan get killed. After losing their leader, they didn't know what to do. They only hesitated for a moment. Qin Huaiyu ordered, "All of them, kill them all." Yes, more than 1,000 devil dragon cavalry rushed out like lightning. In an instant, they rushed into the formation of more than 10,000 Autumn Water Sword Sect soldiers. What happened next was more ferocious and thorough than a tiger entering a flock of sheep. They were completely like harvesters. Row after row, they crazily reaped the lives of the Autumn Water Sword Sect warriors. It was a complete one-sided massacre. Even if there were only 1,000 people on one side, and more than 10,000 people on the other side, countless Autumn Water Sword Sect warriors wanted to escape, but how could they outrun the lightning-fast devil dragon cavalry? Qin Huaiyu wanted to turn his head and not look, but he couldn't not look. He didn't want to kill these people. Yang Dingtian didn't want to kill them even more, but they had to be killed. Autumn Water Sword Sect and White Cloud City were the two Tiando League forces that had defected to the evil ways. They had to be completely massacred. The bloodiest punishment could deter and alert the other forces that were on the verge of collapse and wanted to join them. Yang Dingtian's policy was very clear. If you join me to fight against the evil ways, then we'll be comrades in life and death. We'll be brothers. I'll never leave you. If you're afraid of the evil ways and don't dare to join us and fight against them, then it doesn't matter. You can just stand on the side and watch the battle. When the outcome is decided, you can make a decision. But if you completely join the evil ways, then I'll be sorry. Then you'll be my mortal enemy. I'll kill you all. I won't rest until I'm dead. Yang Dingtian looked at the 20,000 Qin City cavalry in the distance. He urged the devil dragon cavalry and slowly came to the city. "Throw down all the heads and build a jingguan," Yang Dingtian ordered. "Yes," Qin Huaiyu said. However, what happened next was something that no one would ever forget. Countless heads were thrown down from the city wall. Like raindrops, they fell one after another. In the end, these heads piled up into a mountain, a pyramid-like mountain that was taller than the city wall. 20,000 people, 20,000 heads piled up into a jingguan. Among them, the head at the top came from Qiu Qingxuan. The whole ground was dead silent. Looking at the huge human head, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. Although the sun was shining brightly in the sky, everyone felt a bone-piercing cold. Yang Dingtian urged the huge devil dragon cavalry and slowly walked to the front of the jingguan. The devil dragon cavalry smelled the scent of blood and immediately snorted. Yang Dingtian's gaze swept across the 20,000 cavalry in the distance. Of course, they didn't receive the order to attack. But even if they did, it was useless. The speed was too fast. Almost before they could react, the Autumn Water Sword Sect army in Heaven Wave City had already been wiped out. Today, in front of everyone, I officially announce my declaration. First, let's say justice again. I, Yang Dingtian, lead the Tiando League forces and stand on the side of justice. Anqin Qiqi, Ning Wuming and the Temple of Annihilation's young master, Li Ming, stand on the side of evil. Regarding the two opposing sides, everyone has to face it, no one can escape. Second, if someone is willing to join us, stand on the side of justice and fight against evil ways to the end. That person is my life and death brother. We will live and die together, and will never betray each other. Third, if you are afraid of the power of evil ways, and don't dare to be enemies, then don't worry. You can stand on the side and watch the battle. When we have a winner or loser, it won't be too late for you to choose your side. Fourth, if you are blinded by greed or have an even more evil motive, stand on the side of evil ways. Stand on the side of Qin Qiqi and Ning Wuming. Then you are the enemy of justice, the enemy of the Tiando League and me. Then no matter how noble your background is, no matter how powerful your forces are, I will kill you all. Today's Autumn Water Sword Sect is an example. Now, as the leader of the hidden sect, I announce the Tiando League's first extermination order. The Autumn Water Sword Sect colluded with evil ways, betrayed the Tiando League, betrayed justice, and betrayed the chaotic world. Here, I officially announce the expulsion of the Autumn Water Sword Sect from the Tiando League. Kill all the people of the Autumn Water Sword Sect. Announce the extermination order to all the backbone of the Autumn Water Sword Sect. All forces and people in the world must draw a clear line with the Autumn Water Sword Sect. All martial artists of the Autumn Water Sword Sect can leave their forces within a month, draw a clear line with them, and announce that they are enemies. Otherwise, when the time comes, kill without mercy. Yang Dingtian's voice was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. At this moment, at least everyone could feel the shock in their hearts, because Yang Dingtian was standing in front of 20,000 heads when he spoke. As for the other forces, when they received Yang Dingtian's proclamation, they would probably laugh their heads off. Who do you think you are, Yang Dingtian? You even want to expel them from the Tiando League, draw a clear line, and exterminate them. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? You can't even protect yourself. This proclamation was destined to be ridiculed by countless people. However, to Yang Dingtian's side, it was indeed crucial, and had absolute strategic significance. First, draw a clear line in the world. Who was the enemy? Who was the friend? Who was the evil? Who was the righteous? Everything had to be clear on these 2 points before they could discuss other matters. After standing on the side of righteousness, the next step was to draw a bottom line. This bottom line was that you could sit on the fence, but before the outcome was decided, no one could side with evil ways, or else they would be exterminated. The Autumn Water Sword Sect would become the first test of Yang Dingtian's proclamation. If the Autumn Water Sword Sect was truly exterminated, then Yang Dingtian's proclamation would immediately have prestige and enormous weight that could intimidate the world. If a month was up, the Autumn Water Sword Sect would still be alive and well. Then Yang Dingtian's proclamation would become a complete laughingstock. After speaking, Yang Dingtian glanced at Qin Wanzhou in the distance, and was about to lead the army through Heaven Wave City and return to Cloud Sky City. Of course, according to their original plan, they had to make a trip to Qin City. The first step in Yang Dingtian's political battle was the marriage alliance between Qin Huayu and the World Society. The second step was to use the World Society's marriage alliance to go to Qin City and suppress Qin Wanshou, so that the scales wouldn't slide towards the evil ways. They didn't ask him to completely stand on Yang Dingtian's side, but at least not to completely stand on the evil ways side. Especially not to send a large number of troops to attack Cloud Sky City in the battle a month later. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Yang Dingtian, your World Society strategy had basically failed. Although the gains were huge, it also directly fell out with Song Shao, and the World Society's forces had completely sided with the evil ways. The first step of the marriage alliance had failed, so the second step of threatening Qin Wanshou naturally didn't need to be used. It was also because of the failure of the first step that Yang Dingtian had no choice but to reveal his title as the hidden sect master in advance and release Yang Dingtian's proclamation in advance. Otherwise, according to the plan, after winning the battle with Qin Chichi, he planned to use the prestige of his victory to release the proclamation against the evil ways. This way, it would have a huge deterrent force to the world. However, his political battle had failed. He had no choice but to release the Yang Dingtian's proclamation in advance. However, this proclamation was like a currency without the country's credit. It was destined to have no power or value for the time being. Therefore, he had to let blood and slaughter, victory and battle make this proclamation more and more prestigious and more deterrent force. The 20,000+ heads in Heaven Wave City would be the first smear of blood that dyed Yang Dingtian's proclamation red. After Qin Wanshou heard this proclamation, he directly let out a cold laugh, and then sat on the throne with a leisurely and lofty posture, waiting for Yang Dingtian to come up and negotiate. He knew that Yang Dingtian really wanted to negotiate with him. Even his life and death to a large extent was entrusted to him, Qin Wanshou. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian also wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to the world gathering to choose a marriage for Qin Huayu. Wasn't it to increase the weight of his negotiation with Qin Wanshou? Therefore, in terms of both parties' positions, Qin Wanshou was detached and had the initiative and was high and mighty, even though Yang Dingtian had started a massacre just now, which was equivalent to slapping Qin Wanshou's face. However, his son was after all on Yang Dingtian's side. Therefore, he was still willing to grant Yang Dingtian a chance to negotiate. Qin Wanshou also really enjoyed this feeling of controlling people's fate. However, Yang Dingtian didn't even turn his head back, and directly left with tens of thousands of people. Qin Huayu also only turned his head to take a look before following Yang Dingtian and left. Qin Wanshou trembled. What game was Yang Dingtian playing? Playing what kind of loosening the reins to grasp better? There was still one more point. Qin Wanshou indeed felt very shocked. That was his son Qin Huayu was actually so dead set on Yang Dingtian. How arrogant was Qin Huayu? How smart was he? How much did he look down on Yang Dingtian previously? The two of them were even enemies. But at this time, Qin Huayu was actually completely obedient to Yang Dingtian's orders, following his lead blindly, even putting him, his father, aside too. He originally thought that Yang Dingtian was loosening the reins to grasp better, and Qin Wanshou wasn't willing to fall for it. But when Yang Dingtian's troops completely disappeared from Heaven Wave City, Qin Wanshou finally could not resist and said loudly, "Yang Dingtian, aren't you preparing to have a talk with this old man?" Qin Huayu, seeing your father, you're not coming over to pay respects? Yang Dingtian and Qin Huayu exchanged a glance, then nodded their heads. The two people rode two steeds, heading towards Qin Wanshou at lightning speed. Chapter 441. Under Qin Wanshou's eyes, Qin Huayu led the nearly invincible Devil Dragon army and slaughtered the Autumn Water Sword sect's 20,000 people. He was completely unharmed. Then, Yang Dingtian ordered the 20,000 heads to be built into the capital to intimidate the world. The topmost head was Autumn Qingxuan. Qin Wanshou looked at all this. Although he was incomparably furious, he didn't make a move. Then, Yang Dingtian made a strategic declaration under the capital. Qin Wanchou didn't say anything. Finally, when Yang Dingtian turned to leave, he couldn't help but summon them to negotiate. Son greets father. Qin Huayu got off his mount and knelt on the ground. Yang Dingtian greets City Lord Qin. Yang Dingtian got off his mount and bowed. Yang Dingtian, you're very impressive. In just a few months, you've made my son completely useless. He has no opinions and is like a slave. Qin Wanchou sneered. Qin Huayu was a proud person. Being called a slave and having no opinions was a huge blow to him. Qin Wanchou wanted to drive a wedge between Yang Dingtian and Qin Huayu. However, Qin Huayu didn't have any expression. Even his eyes didn't move. Qin Wanchou's provocation was useless. In these few months, too many things had happened in his time with Yang Dingtian. They had gone through countless life and death situations together. Yang Dingtian had saved his life more than once. Yang Dingtian had helped him more than once. Qin Huayu knew clearly in his heart how much he owed Yang Dingtian. Furthermore, it would be a joke to say that he didn't have his own opinions, was a good-for-nothing, and was like an obedient servant. They knew that they obeyed Yang Dingtian. They saw him as their leader, but their relationship was completely equal. They were completely brothers in life and death. It was fundamentally different from the majority of people in power in the world, who saw their subordinates as slaves. If City Lord Qin is here to talk to me about this, then don't waste my time, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. When Qin Wanchou saw that he did not succeed in sowing discord, he immediately smiled faintly and said, Yang Dingtian, let me tell you a huge piece of bad news. Please speak, Yang Dingtian said. Regarding your suggestion of causing the death of Dongfang Bingling and making you a sinner of the world, as well as the suggestion of expelling Cloud Sky City from the Tiando League. The Northwest Branch had already submitted it to the Eastern Cloud State as quickly as possible. Furthermore, the decision will be made in advance. Before your battle with Qin Chichi, the decision will have to be made and announced to the world. Qin Wanchou said. The muscles on Yang Dingtian's face twitched. This was bad news, deadly bad news, incomparably bad news. Qin Wanchou smiled and said, You can only blame yourself for being too incisive. You actually pulled Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, Vulture, and Zhu Hongxue to one side, and your momentum rose greatly all of a sudden. Therefore, Qin Chichi and Ning Wuming are somewhat unable to sit still. Therefore, the decision will be made in advance. Once the decision is passed, you will become a sinner of the Tiando League. You will become the public enemy of the world. You will lose before the war even begins. I know. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said. Then, you should also know that my Northwest Qin City has direct veto power in the Tiando League Conference, Qin Wanchou said. In your original strategic chessboard, there were two key pieces. One was the World Society, and the other was my Qin City. It can be said that the life and death of your political war completely depends on the two of us. I admit, Yang Dingtian said. However, your World Society's marriage strategy has completely failed. Now, your only hope is my Qin City, Qin Wanchou said. You need a big shot to speak for you in the Tiando League Conference. Right now, you keep saying that you are the leader of the hidden sect, and that you represent the Tiando League. But it's useless. If you are listed as an evil way in the Tiando League Conference, and Cloud Sky City is expelled, then your declaration and your righteousness will become a complete joke. My Qin City will become your only hope. That's right, I admit, Yang Dingtian said. However, your World Society's marriage alliance has failed. You don't have any bargaining chips in your hands to negotiate with me. Qin Wanchou smiled and said, What can you use in exchange for me standing on your side? What can you use in exchange for my veto power? I won't say a word for you. You have already lost the war with Qin Chichi before it even started. You don't even have a chance to fight. Yang Dingtian nodded and admitted, I, Qin Wanchou, am already your only hope, Qin Wanchou said with a faint smile. I'm giving you a chance to convince me. I'm giving you a chance to negotiate. What are you planning to use to bribe me? Yang Dingtian smiled and said, City Lord Qin, aren't you afraid that the Temple of Annihilation will blame you for speaking up for me? Qin Wanchou smiled indifferently and said, A martial grandmaster like me has a very high status. At least before the Demon King revives. They can only try to rope me in, and can't be my enemy. Hee, in this world, even sitting on the fence depends on strength. Come, Yang Dingtian, name your price. I can consider saving you. Qin Wancho smiled and said. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked down at Yang Dingtian. No, I don't have any bargaining chips. I won't name any price. You can do whatever you want, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Instantly, Qin Wancho's expression changed. Then he shook his head and said, Yang Dingtian, you really disappoint me. Being so impulsive, how can you be a qualified leader? Then, Qin Wancho sneered and said, Yang Dingtian, put away your impulsiveness and pride. I'll give you one last chance to negotiate. Tell me, what bargaining chips do you have to bribe me to veto the Tiando League meeting? This way, you'll still have a chance to fight Qin Chichi and prove yourself to the world. Otherwise, you'll be dead before the battle even begins. Yang Dingtian spread his hands and said, I don't have any bargaining chips? If you think I do, you can name your own price. Begging for the blessings of the strong was absurd in itself. It was impossible. City Lord Qin, do you think I have any bargaining chips? Then you can name your price. Qin Wancho was so angry that he almost couldn't help but leave. Indeed, why would he negotiate? Of course, it wasn't because he pitied Yang Dingtian, but because he had a request. Soon, Qin Wancho calmed down and said, You have bargaining chips. I'll name my price. First, Qin Jiaojiao will divorce you and send her to Qin City. Second, hand over Qin Huayu and let him return to Qin City. From today onwards, he will have nothing to do with you. Third, give me half of the Devil Dragon Cavalry. Fourth, this definitely isn't a condition, but a goodwill from me. I know you have a young son, and you're destined to be destroyed in this war. Then, let Jiaojiao bring this child to Qin City. I'll let her treat him as her own, and leave behind a bloodline for you. Of course, in the war a month later, if you win, you can bring the child back. At this point, Qin Wancho's face was filled with compassion and kindness. With that, Qin Wancho smiled and said, Just these 4 conditions. It's very simple, and you can easily fulfill them. You have to agree to these 4 conditions during the Tiando League meeting. When Lung Yinmei proposes to punish you, Yang Dingtian, and remove Cloud Sky City's name, I will use my veto power. The Tiando League had a total of 5 veto powers. The first was the Hidden Sect. The second was the Yin-Yang School. The third was the Black Heaven Sect. The fourth was the Vulture Palace. The fifth was the Northwest Qin City. Among them, the Hidden Sect, the Yin-Yang School, and the Black Heaven Sect always had veto power. As for the Vulture Palace and the Northwest Qin City, they were on a rotational basis, and had about 20 years of power. Hearing these 4 conditions, even though Yang Dingtian told himself not to be angry, endless anger still surged in his heart. The Tiando League doesn't belong to me, Yang Dingtian. The Primal Chaos World doesn't belong to me, Yang Dingtian. You Qin Wancho have a lot of shares. Now I'm saving the Tiando League, and saving the Primal Chaos World. As a shareholder, not only are you not helping, but you're also blackmailing me, and framing me. Just like how I'm protecting this family. Not only are you not helping, but you're also dragging me down and poaching me. City Lord Qin. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. As expected, no one can compare to your foresight. The war hasn't started yet. You're making arrangements for the end of the war. I was originally wondering why Qin Wancho was so stupid. You clearly knew that the evil ways were just using you. After they punished the world, they would definitely get rid of you. Why would you still be fooled? Now I know. You're making arrangements now to protect yourself after the war. Qin Wancho's gaze trembled and he sneered. Yang Dingtian, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? Are you going to treat my good intentions as ill intentions? Don't pretend to be confused. Yang Dingtian said. Your so-called first, second, and third conditions are all fake. They're all a cover for the 4th condition. What you want is Dugu Aoshuang. You know her value very well. You know that after the evil ways take over the world, she will become your absolute protective treasure. That's why you want to take her away. Yang Dingtian gave a thumbs up and said, City Lord Qin, Song Xiao is too far away from you. He's so short-sighted. He actually sold himself completely for a mere grandmaster breakthrough. You're really amazing. You immediately discovered the most useful and precious thing. You're worthy of being a formidable person in the universe. Instantly, Qin Wanchou's expression changed drastically. He thought that Yang Dingtian definitely wouldn't be able to see through his scheme. That's right. What he wanted was Dugo Aoshuang. As for letting Qin Jiaojiao bring Yang Dingtian's son to Qin City, Dugo Aoshuang, who was constantly taking care of the baby, would naturally follow. Qin Wanchou was so treacherous. He didn't say anything about Dugo Aoshuang, but all his targets were on her. For this, he didn't hesitate to offer half of the Devil Dragon army in order to infuriate Yang Dingtian and make him lose his mind. It was also for the sake of bargaining. When the time came, he would generously erase the third path and completely get his way. I prostrate myself in admiration of your schemes, but I despise your character and magnanimity to the extreme. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, Duga Xiao, as one of the leaders of the evil ways, still has a conscience. He clearly knows Dugo Aoshuang's value, but he still gave her to me. Because he couldn't betray the evil ways, he had no choice. But in his heart, he was still willing to support me, and wasn't willing to let his daughter be involved in the evil ways. You Qin Wanchou, as one of the overlords of the Tiando League, you had plenty of choices. But you chose evil and chose to side with the enemy. The way you conduct yourself is truly despicable. You're really worse than Song Xiao. He's only greedy and stupid, but you're completely despicable and shameless. Qin Wanchou, as one of the overlords, had never been scolded by anyone. He had never been scolded like this before, and by a junior at that. I'll kill you. Instantly, his anger soared to the heavens. Whatever schemes, they were all thrown to the back of his mind. His entire person was practically about to explode from anger. He suddenly raised his palm, and was about to chop down. Qin Huaiyu suddenly rushed in front of Yang Dingtian, and raised his head to look at his father. The meaning was very clear. If you want to kill Yang Dingtian, you have to kill me, Qin Huaiyu first. Qin Huaiyu, you also want to go against me. You want to completely become enemies with your father for that idiot Yang Dingtian? Qin Wanchou roared angrily. That's right. Qin Huaiyu said indifferently. Instantly, Qin Wanchou was completely stunned. He originally thought that Qin Huaiyu would say something like, I choose to stand on the side of justice. Who knew that he would only say indifferently, that's right. This sentence was very indifferent, but it was like a sharp sword piercing his heart. His own son actually so indifferently made a choice in front of his father and an outsider. What kind of failure did that mean for him as a father? Yang Dingtian gently pulled Qin Huaiyu away and said, Don't worry, Qin Wanchou won't dare to kill me. This is really a huge irony. My greatest enemy has become my protective talisman, causing no one to dare to kill me. City Lord Qin, I don't agree to your conditions. I'll take my leave then, Yang Dingtian said indifferently, then turned and was about to leave. After walking a few meters, Qin Wanchou suddenly said angrily, Yang Dingtian, do you think I didn't think of standing on your side? Otherwise, why would I let Qin Huaiyu follow you? Why would I betroth Qin Jiaojiao to you as a concubine? Following that, Qin Wanchou said in a trembling voice, It's your hidden sect. Your Tiando League is completely hopeless, leaving me with no other choice. Nihility Piaoling is finished and has become the Devil Queen. Dongfang Bingling is finished and has become Mu Dan. The hidden sect's master was actually handed over to such a weak child like you. The only grandmaster by your side, Lung Qingchen, even died at the hands of Dongfang Bingling. The Tiando League is already over. You a little child want to save the world? Ridiculous. The Tiando League is over, leaving me with no other choice. Yang Dingtian turned and said, Of course you have a choice, even if we have no hope of winning. It's easy to choose between dying standing and living kneeling. Your son and even your daughter Qin Jiaojiao know how to choose. It's just that you don't want to choose. Moreover, will I lose for sure? Not necessarily. You'll lose for sure, you'll die for sure. Cloud Heaven City is finished. Qin Wanchou said coldly, You have no hope. Don't think that you have the Devil Dragon army and look impressive. It's useless. All right then, we'll talk about it when we're finished, young Dingtian said. Then he and Qin Huayu continued to leave. Huayu. Suddenly, Qin Wancho shouted from behind. He had never heard this voice before, and it was even slightly trembling. Qin Huayu stood still. Qin Qiqi isn't my daughter at all. She's always been sent by the other side to hide by my side. She's just a pair of eyes. Therefore, you've always been my only successor. My previous attitude was to train you, and also because I had no choice. Qin Wancho said softly, come back to father's side. I promise you that as long as you come back to my side, I'll draw a clear line between you and Yang Dingtian. I'll speak for Yang Dingtian at the Tiando League meeting. Moreover, in the war against Cloud Heaven City, I won't send out a real army. Come back, my son. Qin Huayu had never seen Qin Wancho like this before. He spoke so gently, and even seemed a little weak. His father had always been extremely strict and overbearing. His mind was as deep as the sea, and he was awe-inspiring without being angry. Qin Huayu still stood still. Immediately after, Qin Wancho's voice became incomparably cold as he said, Qin Huayu, Yang Dingtian is dead for sure. The only reason he hasn't died yet is because others haven't finished with him yet. They still can't bear to eat him up. However, he's dead for sure and the Tiando League is doomed. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. Qin Huayu still didn't move. Qin Wancho's voice suddenly became even colder and more emotionless as he said, however, if you, Qin Huayu, don't return to my side, then at the Tiando League meeting, I don't mind killing him. In the war 1 month later, my Qin city will send out 100,000, 200,000 elites to completely destroy Cloud Heaven City. Not a single person, a blade of grass, or a tree will be left. Qin Huayu, Yang Dingtian, make your choice. Qin Wancho finally said. Qin Huayu's entire body trembled violently, but he quickly calmed down. He turned around and bowed deeply to Qin Wancho, saying, Father, take care. Then he left with Yang Dingtian. Qin Wancho slumped into his chair, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Wasn't this choice very, very difficult to make? Why didn't Qin Huayu hesitate at all? Yang Dingtian led the army back to Cloud Heaven City. What should we do? Qin Huayu and Yang Dingtian rode side by side and said, what should we do next? Should we go to the Yinyang School, or the Vulture Palace? They both have a veto vote in their hands. Vulture Palace, Yang Dingtian said. In order to revive my master, we must go to the Vulture Palace. However, before we go to the Vulture Palace, we must do 2 things. What are they? Qin Huayu asked. First, send the Yang Dingtian Declaration to the hands of every power in the world. No matter how big or small, every power must receive it. Don't care if they ridicule us or not. It's even better if they ridicule us. We can let this declaration spread throughout the world as quickly as possible. We must spread it throughout the world before the Tiando League meeting, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Qin Huayu said. Second, I will pretend to go to the Yinyang School to ask for support. Then, we will use the fastest speed and the most secretive method to go to the Autumn Water Sword sect. We will exterminate the Autumn Water Sword sect completely. This way, Yang Dingtian's declaration will have weight in an instant. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Qin Huayu said. Then he said in a low voice, however, this will completely enrage my father. It may cause him to take revenge crazily. After all, the Autumn Water Sword sect is under the protection of the Northwest Qin city. Your father has already been enraged. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, moreover, he is too smart. Even if he is enraged, he will still give the most rational response. Then Yang Dingtian said, I heard that Qiu Ruhan isn't your and Jiaojiao's biological mother? Qin Huayu nodded and said, yes. Our mother passed away not long after giving birth to the 2 of us. Qiu Ruhan can't have children. No wonder Qiu Ruhan looked very young. She didn't look like someone who had a 30-year-old son. Not your biological mother? That's good, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Suddenly, Qin Huayu's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chapter 442. Following that, Yang Dingtian led the tens of thousands of people back to Cloud Sky City. They did not encounter any more obstacles. However, the deserted situation they encountered was even more serious than a few days ago. When they passed by a few days ago, although none of the important figures in Qin City's territory appeared, at least some of them did. Some even nodded in front of the group. This time, Yang Dingtian's group did not encounter any figures. Even if they were a few thousand meters away, when they saw the silhouettes of Yang Dingtian's group, they all ran away. However, of course, no one came to block Yang Dingtian's path, because everyone was afraid of death. Just like that, Yang Dingtian led more than 10,000 people, and continued to walk for almost 2 days before finally returning to Cloud Sky City's territory. In just a few days, the traces of war in Cloud Sky City's territory became even more intense. At this time, in the entire territory of Cloud Sky City, all the opponents had been completely wiped out and uprooted. Every inch of land directly belonged to Cloud Sky City. Therefore, the Elders Guild of Cloud Sky City could use every corner of the 1,000-mile territory as a battlefield. At least, within 200 miles of Cloud Sky City, it had been completely transformed into a battlefield. In just a few days, countless small castles had been built. Although these small castles were simple and crude, they were very sturdy. Between the castles there were many lines of defense. Traps were everywhere. Of course, just relying on the manpower of Cloud Sky City was not enough. Therefore, Cloud Sky City strengthened the walls and cleared the fields. Almost all the young and strong people in the territory were gathered together to carry out crazy battlefield construction. Therefore, within 200 miles of Cloud Sky City, there were hundreds of thousands of people gathered. Among them, just the army alone was about 80 to 90,000 people, close to 100,000 people. That's right, even Cloud Sky City had 100,000 soldiers. In the past, the 3,000 Black Blood Cavalry was Cloud Sky City's largest military force. All of Cloud Sky City's armed forces added together would not exceed Ivan's. As for the remaining military forces, Cloud Sky City did not have the authority to directly command them. This time, Yang Dingtian directly wiped out all the rebels. Tang Buozhao's performance did not exceed Yang Dingtian's expectations. On the contrary, he was more active and outstanding than expected. That day, Yang Dingtian ordered him to stay and wait for Shimen Lai to organize the rebel army. Then, before Shimen Lai arrived, the 30,000 rebels had already been reorganized. Once Shimen Lai arrived, the 30,000 rebels were organized and quickly managed themselves. Then they followed Shimen Lai back to Cloud Sky City. Therefore, Shimen Lai couldn't help but marvel at Tang Buozhao's talent and methods. Tang Buozhao's ability was far inferior to Yu Yu's. Next, he brought a few thousand elites selected from the rebel army and took the initiative to invite Jiao Liao to be the commander. Then he added a portion of the Black Blood Cavalry. He led this army and practically swept through the 1,000 miles of Cloud Sky City's territory. There were 3 main things that he had done. The first thing was to completely uproot the rebellious dukes and kill them all. The second thing was to completely surrender the remaining armed forces of the feudal lords. The few that were still stubbornly resisting were all killed. The third thing was to use a relatively high amount of money to attract all the workers within 1,000 miles of Cloud Sky City's territory to Cloud Sky City to participate in the construction of the battlefield. Tang Buozhao had only been in charge of this matter for a few days. At this time, he was still leading the army outside to do these 3 things. Therefore, there were still troops and manpower that continuously entered the central area of Cloud Sky City. Therefore, after sweeping through all the rebels, the overall power of Cloud Sky City instantly increased by several times. The military power had increased by 3 to 5 times. The construction power had increased by more than 10 times. When the people of Cloud Sky City saw that Yang Dingtian had returned with a huge army behind him, everyone immediately cheered loudly. Wherever Yang Dingtian passed, the people on both sides of the road knelt down one by one like the wind blowing through wheat fields. Then, everyone was whispering excitedly to each other. "Oh my God, where did City Lord Yang find this army? It looks very powerful. Oh my God, what exactly is such a huge beast? It's as big as 2 horses. I wonder how powerful it will be when it fights. What do you know? This is called the demonic dragon cavalry. This is the most elite army of the world society. It's the world's #1 cavalry army on land. It's the overlord of the land. 1,000 people is equivalent to tens of thousands of people. Really? I can't see the end of this black mass. I'm afraid there are at least 20 to 30,000 of them? No, the world society has less than 10,000 in total. Our city lord brought at least 4 to 5,000 of them. It seems that the world society is determined to support us and has handed over all their assets. That proves that the world society thinks highly of our city lord and thinks that we will win. That's why they are completely on our side. Of course. Look at how many big powers are on our side. Qin Chichi is just a rebel from the northwest Qin city. Oh right, I heard that after this war, we will be distributing the land. The city lord eliminated all those rebels and obtained a lot of land. I heard that they will all be given to us. Yes, yes. The more merits we have, the more we will get. Everyone work hard. I can't wait for those bastards to hurry up and fight, so that I can earn merits. This voice continuously entered Yang Dingtian's ears. Shiman Lai, who came to accompany him, said, after Tang Buizhou returned to Cloud Sky City, he wrote a plan to improve the people's morale. To put it bluntly, it was brainwashing. After Madame and Elder Mu Lianqing read it, they both agreed and praised it. Then, Elder Mu organized a team of over 1,000 people. After Tang Buizhou's short training, they blended into the crowd and did a lot of brainwashing. I originally didn't care about it, but I didn't expect the results to be so good. This Tang Buizhou is really a talent. Yes, he is really a talent, Yang Dingtian said. Unfortunately, he is extremely smart. It is very difficult to make him completely loyal to someone. When the Devil Dragon Cavalry entered Cloud Sky City, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Cloud Sky City's morale instantly reached its peak. Firstly, they felt that such a big power like the world society was truly standing on Cloud Sky City's side. Of course, it was more because of the Devil Dragon Cavalry's combat power. They were different from the ordinary citizens. Cloud Sky City's disciples had heard of the Devil Dragon Cavalry, the overlord of the continent. With this cavalry, even if they faced an army of 100,000, they would be in an invincible position. Moreover, Cloud Sky City now had 100,000 soldiers. After returning to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian didn't even have time to look at his baby, let alone be intimate with Yin Yan. He immediately gave an order. Within Cloud Sky City, all the officers of over 1,000 people came to the main hall for a meeting. It was the first meeting of a few hundred people in Cloud Sky City, and also the first meeting before the war. In the meeting, the first thing to happen was the Battle of Heaven Wave City. After hearing that 1,000 Devil Dragon Cavalry wiped out the Autumn Water Sword Sect's army of 20,000 and built a temple, the hundreds of officers present cheered in disbelief. Their morale instantly soared. Next, Yang Dingtian made an announcement about the enemy's situation. He didn't explain it in detail. Regarding the Temple of Annihilation, he had to reveal it bit by bit. He couldn't say it all at once, otherwise, it would have a huge impact on the ordinary people. Of course, this included Yang Dingtian's identity as the hidden sect master. He had to announce it to outsiders. However, to the citizens of Cloud Sky City, he had to reveal it bit by bit. He had to guide them with mystery so that they could imagine, guess, and expose it themselves. This was because Yang Dingtian's current strength was still too weak. He wasn't worthy of the identity of the hidden sect master. Therefore, it was better to let them guess the result than to say it himself. Therefore, Yang Dingtian described the enemy that was about to invade. The Northwest Qin City's evil faction led by Qin Chichi and the South Sea's Ning clan, White Cloud City, Autumn Water Sword Sect, and Sky Phoenix Pavilion's rebel forces led a mixed force. This was because Sky Phoenix Pavilion's Lung Yinmei killed her master and stole the position of Sky Phoenix Pavilion master. In turn, she stole the position of Tiando League's Northwest Branch master. Therefore, under the guise of the Tiando League, they formed an alliance army to attack Cloud Sky City. Then they pointed out that the South Sea's Ning clan, Ning Wuming, was a lackey of the evil ways. In the end, it was confirmed that this enemy was infiltrated by the evil ways. The Tiando League's forces were the main force, and the South Seas Ning clan's forces were the auxiliary force. They couldn't directly say that this was an army of evil ways. That would cause morale to plummet. Only when they truly defeated the first army of evil ways could they directly say that this was an army of the Temple of Annihilation. At that time, people wouldn't be afraid. If they said it now, the name of the Temple of Annihilation would cause everyone to be afraid. Finally, Yang Dingtian officially announced the most important Yang Dingtian's declaration. Actually, this was the most important part. In the following period of time, this declaration had to be completely engraved in the hearts of everyone in Cloud Sky City. After countless preaching, this declaration had to become a part of them. This way, they would clearly know that they were on the side of the righteous. Perhaps this declaration was a little empty the first time they heard it, but when it was repeated 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it would become the truth. Of course, for ordinary people without ideals, they would be attracted by the victory after the war and the distribution of land. Therefore, they were currently divided into two directions to gather the people's hearts and morale. One was the spiritual Yang Dingtian's declaration. The other was the distribution of land after the war. It was believed that it wouldn't be difficult to gather the people's hearts and morale in just a month. Next, whether they could maintain it or not would depend on the outcome of the war. If they lost, everything would be over. If they won, morale and the people's hearts would gather again and rise again. Of course, at the same time, there was also a large amount of money and a large amount of food. The distribution of resources in this world was extremely unbalanced. Although Yang Dingtian didn't purposely try to be extravagant, a meal that he inadvertently ate was enough to support an ordinary person for a few years. A piece of clothing that he wore was enough to support a few hundred ordinary soldiers for more than a year. Yang Dingtian had carefully understood the chaotic world. In terms of system, this should be a combination of a slave society and a feudal society. Most people were old slave. They had no property and were slaves for life. They were always working, but they couldn't get anything. They could only be given the worst food to survive. There were no landlords here, nor were there any farmers. All the land, minerals, and forests belonged to the Lord. The Lord was in theft by the Lord, and the Lord would pay tribute to the Lord, follow the Lord's diplomatic direction, and fight for the Lord when necessary. As for the true mainstream of this world, there was no doubt that it was warriors. There were two types of warriors. The first type was soldiers. These people all cultivated shallow cultivation techniques that were suitable for group combat. These people were only slightly better than slaves. They could have military pay, but they were also living at the bottom. The other type was, of course, absolutely above the average person. This was most of the cultivators, such as all the disciples in Cloud Sky City. These people had almost everything. There was no need to mention a large amount of living resources, a large amount of money, a large amount of cultivation resources, and the best houses. They could freely walk the world and kill slaves and low-level soldiers. Everything that the scholars of ancient China enjoyed, these cultivators had all of it. Therefore, cultivation had become the most mainstream in the entire chaotic world. And the current Yang Dingtian could be considered to be subverting this point secretly. Cloud Sky City didn't have much money, but Qin Mengli was rich. In the past few months, she had been transferring her assets almost crazily. An astronomical amount of money, an astronomical amount of weapons, and an astronomical amount of resources entered Cloud Sky City through various channels. However, this transfer stopped completely after Qin Chichi defeated Sky Phoenix Pavilion. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had started to be concerned about Qin Mengli's safety. However, Qin Wanqiu doted on his sister so much. At most, he would just put her under house arrest. With Qin Mengli's astronomical amount of money and resources, Cloud Sky City could easily support hundreds of thousands of people. Therefore, when a large amount of meat was distributed to them, most of the slaves abandoned everything in their minds and wanted to stay in Cloud Sky City. When Cloud Sky City announced that they would be distributing a large amount of land after the war, everyone went crazy and wanted to serve Yang Dingtian with their lives. Of course, the so-called distribution of land didn't mean that they would directly give the land to the slaves. Instead, they would let them plant and 50% of the land would be handed over to Cloud Sky City. Once this rumor was released, the effect was shocking. It was like a storm that engulfed hundreds of thousands of people. In an instant, the efficiency of hundreds of thousands of people increased by one-fold. As for the army that gathered in Cloud Sky City, it was even simpler. They would directly give out 5 times the army's salary and pay, which would last for half a year. Then, they would announce that those who performed meritorious deeds could choose to marry a free woman in the territory and would be given double the amount of land as compared to ordinary people. They would only have to hand over 30% of the harvest to Cloud Sky City. Moreover, regardless of whether they were injured or retired, those who performed meritorious deeds could be directly appointed as an official in the territory and manage all the free people in the territory. If they died in battle, their parents would receive 3 years of military salary and 5 times the amount of land as compared to ordinary people. Once these policies were announced, Cloud Sky City's army of close to 100,000 went into the craziest state. Their morale was at the peak. Next, the slightly tired surrendered army immediately entered the craziest training. Then Mu Lianqing's men immediately entered and officially promoted Yang Dingtian's image. All of Yang Dingtian's deeds, all of his miracles in battle, all of his miracles in cultivation, and his talent that was close to that of a celestial being. They were all organized into carts and distributed to everyone. Tang Buozhao's brainwashing team brainwashed all the soldiers and warriors day and night. They directly praised Yang Dingtian as a person who had never appeared before in history and was close to a god. Even though this brainwashing only lasted for a few days, but in this world, the soldiers who had never been brainwashed instantly accepted this point. When they talked about Yang Dingtian, they already had the appearance of a god. Therefore, in less than 10 days, Cloud Sky City's war machine could actually operate to such an extent. This made Yang Dingtian extremely astonished. Of course, this was just like the use of antibiotics. In the beginning, there wasn't any resistance to antibiotics. Antibiotics were godly medicines that could directly cure the disease. And right now, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Cloud Sky City were the type that didn't have any resistance to antibiotics. Moreover, they were the poorest and most lowly of them all. Shiman Wuya was a man of great talent and bold vision, but he never thought of changing this point. Therefore, under the stimulation of money, materials, spirit, and the prospect of the future, the effects were immediate. Of course, before Yang Dingtian's arrival, the so-called freedom policies and military policies were only passed down verbally and didn't form into a written program. When Mu Lianqing reported the details to Yang Dingtian immediately made the decision and said, "Turn all the policies into words and make it into a program. Paste it to every corner of Cloud Heaven City and spread it to everyone's ears and heart." "Yes," Mu Lianqing replied. At this moment, Song Lihua suddenly spoke. "Uncle Mu, I heard that there is a small booklet circulating in the military regarding City Lord Yang Dingtian's deeds." "Yes, Lady Song," Mu Lianqing said. "This booklet was written by Tang Buozhao overnight. Although the words are a little sensational and exaggerated, it is basically the truth." Song Lihua smiled and said, "Next, we can add some things to the booklet, especially regarding City Lord Yang Dingtian's identity, Cloud Sky City Lord, Yin Yang School's successor, and also vaguely point out his identity as the hidden sect patriarch. We don't have to be too clear. We just have to mention that City Lord Yang Dingtian possesses sect patriarch Su Piaoling's crystal sword and used it to convince World Association patriarch Song Shao. Furthermore, City Lord Yang Dingtian knows lightning-attributed mystic skills and has the whirling calamity crossing sword. It vaguely points out his relationship with the hidden sect's young master, Su Wuming. I believe that with Uncle Mu's talent, you should know how to write it." "Lady Song is wise," Mu Lianqing said. Following which, Song Lihua said to Yang Dingtian, "Sect Patriarch, my martial arts cultivation is weak. Why don't you let me learn from Uncle Mu on how to handle internal affairs and contribute to Cloud Sky City? Mu Lianqing quickly said. This old slave is willing to assist Lady Song in handling internal affairs. No, you are still the leader, Yang Dingtian said. Let Lady Li Hua and Tang Buozhao assist you. At this moment, Tang Buozhao's sobbing voice could be heard from outside. Your humble servant Tang Buozhao pays his respects to the great Cloud Sky City Lord. When Tang Buozhao heard that Yang Dingtian had returned to Cloud Sky City, he immediately used his fastest speed to rush back. Even though Yang Dingtian couldn't see him, he still used the most exaggerated posture to rush in and slid a few steps forward. Come in, Yang Dingtian said. Then, Tang Buozhao didn't stand up and crawled in on his knees. When he entered, he prostrated himself on the ground and didn't dare to raise his head. He was extremely respectful and humble. His clothes were messy, his hair was messy, and his face was haggard. It could be seen that he hadn't slept or rested for the past few days, as he rushed to Cloud Sky City's 1,000-mile territory to eliminate the roots, brainwash, and scorched earth. It was a huge waste for this person to live in this chaotic world. He had the greatest talent of treacherous officials in ancient China. Tang Buozhao, come in with me. Yang Dingtian then walked into the side hall. After Tang Buozhao crawled in, Yang Dingtian closed the door. There were only the two of them in the side hall. Instantly, Tang Buozhao's body began to tremble slightly. He had been performing crazily for the past few days, desperately displaying all his talents just to preserve his life. Now at the final moment, he still couldn't suppress the uneasiness in his heart. Yang Dingtian killed him like a pig or a dog. Tang Buozhao, I heard that you're secretly hiding an illegitimate son? Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, Tang Buozhao's expression changed. He was happy at first as he knew that his life was saved. Then his expression darkened slightly. He had castrated himself, and his son was his only hope. Yes, I still have a son. I'll have someone send him to Cloud Sky City to serve the nobles, Tang Buozhao said. He immediately decided to use the illegitimate son as a hostage to show his determination. That's not what I meant, Yang Dingtian said lightly. Then, Yang Dingtian fell into silence as he thought about how to start the conversation. First, let me tell you that I didn't touch your wife, Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, Tang Buozhao trembled and pressed his body even harder against the ground. Secondly, you should have heard of my identity as the leader of the hidden sect. That's right, it's true. I'm the leader of the hidden sect Su Wuming, Yang Dingtian said. With your intelligence, you should know that I'm not lying. But I still have a secret that I have to tell you. The original leader of the hidden sect was Dongfang Bingling, but she demonized and became the princess of the evil ways, Mu Dan. So, I only have the title of the leader of the hidden sect. Our power is still very weak. Compared to the evil ways, it's completely one-sided. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Tang Buozhao's body trembled violently, and he looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. This was an absolute secret. Why would Yang Dingtian tell him? He was just a lowly dog now. Moreover, he had already betrayed Yang Dingtian twice. Then, you must be very curious as to why I'm telling you such a secret, Yang Dingtian said. Because I see your talent. A top-notch warrior, even if he reaches the Grandmaster level, is only a match for 1,000 or 10,000 people. But your talent is a match for 100,000 people, or even 1,000,000 people. You have the dragon-slaying technique. Of course, no one in this world will reward your talent, including City Lord Shimen. Because this is a world where martial arts is respected. Your martial arts cultivation has come to an end, but your other career has only just begun. Others don't appreciate your talent, but I'm willing to. Lastly, I don't know what the future will be like. If we lose this battle, then everything will be over. If we win this battle, then I can tell you that your achievements will be as great as my future career. If one day, I rule the entire world, then perhaps you will become my right-hand man. You don't need to use any martial arts. You only need to use your brain, and you will be able to surpass Qin Wancho's position. You will be above hundreds of millions of people, and have the power to rule the world. Even if it's just an order, who knows how many Grandmaster-level warriors will die for you. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. If we win this battle with the evil ways, I want to build a new world. A world of construction and power. A world that will completely cleanse the martial arts civilization. If you are willing, your role in this world is indispensable. Of course, if you are not willing, it's fine. After the battle with Qin Chichi, if we win, I will kill you. If we lose, I will let you go. Of course, no one in this world will really appreciate your talent except for me. Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and said, Are you willing to follow me? Tang Bosheo didn't flatter him, nor did he have any reaction. He directly collapsed on the ground and didn't move. Yang Dingtian's words were like thunder, instantly destroying all the pretense and cunning in his mind. It directly pierced the depths of his heart. It was even like a bright lamp, completely pointing out the direction of Tang Bosheo's future. It made him lose all his reaction in an instant. He only felt that his whole body was trembling, hot and numb. Chapter 443. There's still one more. So Tang Bojiao lay on the ground, desperately trying to open his mouth to speak. However, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make himself say a single word. The muscles in his mouth, and even the muscles in his entire body were stiff. It was as if there was a gust of air in his entire body that was about to explode. Seeing this, Yang Dingtian gently patted his shoulder and said, Everyone says that you're cunning, but I realized that you're actually a pure idealist. You just like to use your cleverness to fool others and fool yourself, pretending to be lowly. Yang Dingtian's words seemed to have activated Tang Bojiao. Then, he lay on the ground and cried loudly without saying anything. Yang Dingtian's last sentence deeply provoked him. Then countless images flashed through his mind. When the previous city lord, Yang Lai, was in power, he excitedly showed off his talent. In the end, he was completely ignored and looked down on. In Yang Lai's mind, there was only martial power. Martial power. Therefore, even though his relationship with Shimin Wuya wasn't good, he was very jealous of Shimin Wuya. However, when Shimin Wuya became the city lord, he still felt excited. He felt that his chance had come. Shimin Wuya was so talented, so he would definitely recognize his talent. That's right, Shimin Wuya immediately recognized his talent. However, the result was an even deeper suppression. Tang Bojiao's position in Cloud Sky City directly fell into a quagmire. At first, he thought that Shimin Wuya was jealous of his talent, but later on he understood. Shimin Wuya couldn't execute his plan for now. In his current situation, he was destined to use martial power to restore Cloud Sky City's territory. Once Tang Bojiao executed his plan, he would first become a public enemy and directly provoke the neighboring Northwest Qin city. Shimin Wuya was a man of great talent, but given his position, it was destined that his goal would be to strengthen the martial arts of Cloud Sky City. He would defeat the Yin Yang sect in a martial arts competition and allow Cloud Sky City to obtain a position that was worthy of his position. To put it more bluntly, Shimin Wuya wanted to use martial power to force Yin Yang School to acknowledge Cloud Sky City's existence and form a brotherhood. Then Cloud Sky City would enter the 9 sects of the world. This was Shimin Wuya's lifelong strategy. This strategy decided that even though Shimin Wuya saw Tang Bojiao's talent, he couldn't use him. Instead, he had to suppress him. No matter how strong Shimin Wuya was, he didn't have the courage to break this environment. Then, Tang Bojiao says in yangs and yangs and yangs and yangs and yangs to resist Shimin Wuya. Over time, Tang Bojiao couldn't bear the pressure and turned himself into a clown. Firstly, it was to save his life. Secondly, it was still to mock him. Every time he knelt in front of Yang Dingtian, he felt like he was fooling Yang Dingtian and toying with Yang Dingtian in the palm of his hand. He had betrayed Yin Yang twice and survived both times. He really enjoyed this kind of intellectual competition. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian had broken his highest ideal and illuminated the direction he was going to take. He was originally at a loss, a walking corpse with nothing to do. Perhaps he was just fooling Yin Yang. He didn't even leave Cloud Sky City, because he wanted to see how miserable Yang Dingtian would be in the upcoming battle. But now, he only felt that his ideals from 20 to 30 years ago had returned. His strong mental support had returned. That's right. He Tang Buizhao was a pure idealist. Once an idealist found a direction to fight for, he would definitely not be afraid of death. So Tang Buizhao only cried loudly. He didn't say anything and didn't say anything about pledging his loyalty. But young Ding Tian could already feel everything clearly. Calm down inside for a while. I'll go out and continue the meeting. After you calm down, go out and find a place to sit down. We'll discuss this together, young Ding Tian said. Then he walked out of the main hall. At this moment in the main hall, other than the members of Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild, there were also Zhu Hongxue, Song Lihua, Qin Huayu and Vulture. It could be said that they were young Dingtian's most trusted forces. Wait, there would be a place for Tang Buizhao. Therefore, young Dingtian was definitely not a mature leader. For someone like Tang Buizhao, he had a position all of a sudden. Any mature leader wouldn't do this. Of course, just like any mature leader, they would not risk their lives for the sake of their subordinates. But young Dingtian had made these mistakes before. So he became a very special leader. Even Zhu Hongxue himself felt that it was strange. How did he unknowingly stand by Yang Dingtian's side? Then even more unknowingly, he admitted his identity as a leader. I, Zhu Hongxue, am such a proud and arrogant person. But in terms of accepting this matter, he didn't seem to have any obstacles. Now young Dingtian took a risk again and used Tang Buizhao. He used people he doubted to the extreme. Now I'll give a few more orders. Yang Dingtian said. First, the Tiando League's wartime committee is officially established. Everyone here, including Tang Buizhao, is a member. Second, from tomorrow onwards, completely seal off all the borders of Cloud Sky City. Without the committee's token, no one is allowed to go out or enter. We have to maintain the unity of Cloud Sky City and not be affected by the rumors outside. Third, immediately draft Yang Dingtian's declaration and use the fastest speed to spread it throughout the world. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Yang Dingtian continued. Next, I'll assign everyone's work scope. Mu Lianqing Song Lihua Tang Buizhao. You will be in charge of all internal affairs, propaganda, order, and other matters. Yes. Mu Lianqing and Song Lihua stood up and responded. Tang Buizhao walked out. At this moment, he was like a completely different person. He didn't have the slightest trace of inferiority. His hair was already combed, but he still looked very haggard and his eyes were red. His entire body seemed to be releasing a kind of radiance. His eyes were burning as though they were burning. Moreover, no matter if it was his steps or his posture, they were filled with confidence and calmness. He quickly found the temperament of a military advisor. Shimen Lai Song Chunhua. You will be in charge of all military forces. Reorganizing, preparing for war, and all other matters. You will be in charge. Yes. Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue. You will be in charge of all foreign affairs. You will be in charge of negotiations with other factions. Yes. Qin Huayu responded very resolutely, while Zhu Hongxue responded vaguely. Of course, Yang Dingtian mainly let Qin Huayu handle this matter. As for Zhu Hongxue, he would be treated as an incomparably noble mascot to give other factions a sense of oppression. Jiao Liao, you will immediately form a scouting and intelligence team. Monitor the enemy's every move, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Jiao Liao replied. When the little Princess Vulture heard that Yang Dingtian was assigning tasks to others without mentioning her name, she immediately asked, What about me? What about me? What should I do? Yang Dingtian said. You will follow me to the Vulture Palace. As for how to get your great-grandfather to our side, it will be up to you. The little lass immediately patted her chest and said, Don't worry, you can count on me. That old man is getting more muddle-headed and doting the older he gets. If I ask him to go east, he won't dare to go west. Even if he doesn't agree, he will cry, throw a tantrum, and threaten to hang himself. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was speechless. The solemn atmosphere was completely destroyed by her. And look at what she said. Was this something a granddaughter should say? What did she mean by getting more muddle-headed with age? What did she mean by asking him to go east and not go west? However, It could be seen that this little lass's status in the Vulture Palace was extremely influential. However, this little lass was indeed very important. It could be said that she was the most important, resurrecting his master, Dongfang Minmi, and the veto vote for the Tiando League meeting were all on her head. However, Yang Dingtian felt that he should ignore her. Otherwise, she would immediately take advantage of him. In the end, Yang Dingtian's gaze landed on Mrs. Shimin and said, "Next, I will pretend to go to the Yinyang school to ask for help. In fact, I will go to the Vulture Palace. During my absence, all matters will be handled by my mother-in-law, Yang Peipei." Mrs. Shimin blushed. She wanted to refuse, but she knew that she couldn't. "Yes," Mrs. Shimin said. Mrs. Shimin Yang Peipei, other than her beauty, willpower, morals and kindness, her other talents were average, especially her talent as a leader. Therefore, when Shimin Wuya was around, she didn't care about anything. Yang Dingtian let her take charge of everything, because her identity and seniority were enough to control everyone present. When Yang Dingtian wasn't around, she was the natural leader. Letting her take charge of everything meant that she didn't have to care about anything. Yang Dingtian finally said, "In terms of specific matters, my talent is average. Whether it is training soldiers, internal affairs, or war, my talent is all average. Therefore, I will leave everything to all of you. Everything we've done is for the upcoming war. This is our first battle against the evil ways. We can only win, we can't lose. Once we lose, all the forces in the Tiando League will change sides. Once we lose, it means that the entire primal chaos world will fall. That way, we will create history." Before the World Extermination Army set foot on the primal chaos world, the Demon King's shadow hasn't appeared, and even the nefarious Demon Prince and nefarious Demon Princess haven't made a move. The entire primal chaos world will fall. That will be a great humiliation. In short, everything is for the great battle. Everything is for the Tiando League. Everything is for the primal chaos world. We can only win, we can't lose. "Yes," everyone shouted in unison. "That's all I want to say," Yang Dingtian said. "Next, what matters do you all have to attend to?" The first to stand up was Tang Boizhao. "My lord, approximately when will you leave Cloud Sky City?" Tang Boizhao asked. "I should be leaving tomorrow," Yang Dingtian said. "We will secretly infiltrate the Autumn Watersword sect. Then, when Yang Dingtian's declaration spreads throughout the world, we will directly attack and destroy the Autumn Watersword sect. We will kill them all and dye Yang Dingtian's declaration red with the first blood." "Yes," Tang Boizhao said. "However, if the sect master is not in a hurry for this day, I would like to ask the sect master to stay in Cloud Sky City for a day. Then, gather all the soldiers and civilians together, and convene a meeting of 10,000 people. You will personally announce Yang Dingtian's declaration, as well as the freedmen's policy, the military policy, and the land policy in front of everyone." Yang Dingtian was very clear about Tang Boizhao's painstaking efforts. Whether it was Yang Dingtian's declaration, the freedmen's policy, the land policy, or the military policy, all of them were shocking and subversive. It would gather the hearts of thousands of people and completely subvert the current order of this world. For such a major event, other than Yang Dingtian, it would be inappropriate for anyone else to announce it. "All right, you all go and prepare. Choose the military and civilian representatives and gather at Cloud Sky City's plaza. Strive to convene a meeting of 10,000 people in the shortest time possible." Yang Dingtian said. "Yes," Tang Boizhao and the others replied. Following this, Tang Boizhao, who hadn't slept for a few days, didn't even have time to eat or drink tea. He immediately immersed himself in work. He used his fastest speed to draw out everyone's name list. Then, he used his fastest speed to understand the most suitable military and civilian representatives. He used his fastest speed to decide on this list of 10,000 people. All this work took 10 hours from start to finish. It was mainly done by Mu Lianqing, Tang Boizhao, and Song Lihua, who led hundreds of clerks from the Internal Affairs Pavilion to complete this arduous task. After the name list and the specific locations of these people were listed out, they were immediately divided into groups and sent to the fastest Devil Dragon army. They sent out 500 Devil Dragon warriors and used their fastest speed to inform the people on the name list. Then, they were organized to gather at Cloud Sky City's plaza and convene a meeting of 10,000 people. The next evening, the meeting of 10,000 people was officially held at Cloud Sky City's plaza. The progress of all the work was much faster than Yang Dingtian had imagined. In this era where there were no telephones or telegrams, within a few hundred miles, it only took less than a day to gather 10,000 people for a meeting. It could be seen that Yang Dingtian's team's ability to organize was astonishing. Qin Huayu said that the Northwest Qin City's ability in this aspect was unrivaled, but they definitely couldn't do it better than Cloud Sky City. In Cloud Sky City's huge plaza, there were a total of 10,000 people sitting neatly. 80% of them were ordinary citizens. 20% were from the military. Cloud Sky City had experienced such a huge scene many times. Yang Dingtian's first martial arts competition, the second martial arts competition with Qin Xiaobai, and the third martial arts competition with the Cloud Sky City Lord. The scene was bigger and bigger each time, but every time, it was a martial arts competition. But today it was incomparably sacred and solemn. In the previous martial arts competitions, no matter how deeply they felt about Yang Dingtian, they could only stand and watch the show. But today, it was completely related to their fate. For the first time, they had truly become participants in this major event, not bystanders. There was no platform, no arrangement. On the high platform, Yang Dingtian was dressed in military attire. Without any opening remarks or any heroic words, he directly announced the various policies. First, free people make decisions. From today onwards, there will no longer be any slaves in my Cloud Sky City territory. Everyone will be free people. Everyone will legally own their own property and their own freedom. Just the first policy had completely caused a commotion, causing an explosive effect. Some people wanted to cheer, but when they saw that Yang Dingtian was going to continue reading, they desperately suppressed the urge to cheer and continued to listen. But the tears in their eyes surged out. From today onwards, they were free. Most of the people in the territory were slaves, but they had seen freedom before. They yearned for it so much that they didn't even dare to dream that they could get rid of their slave status. One had to know that once one became a slave, one would be a slave for generations, unless one had very high martial arts talent. But those who had such talent were 1 in 10,000. Second, land policy. From today onwards, all of Cloud Sky City's territory belongs to Cloud Sky City. Within Cloud Sky City, there will no longer be any lords or vassals. All land will be distributed to all free people in the territory, according to merit and population. It will mainly be used for farming crops. No matter how much is produced, 50% will be handed over to Cloud Sky City's treasury to maintain the army and other functions. 30% of the crops produced during the idle season will be handed over to Cloud Sky City's treasury. Although the second policy had long been rumored, it had never been officially confirmed. Now it was finally confirmed. The second policy was shocking and subversive. It was even more powerful than the first one. On Earth, 50% might have been too high. But in the chaotic world, this was almost a subversive move. Because in the chaotic world, slaves couldn't own any property. All of their gains had to be handed over. Then, the higher-ups would give them food that was inferior to pigs and dogs to survive. Third, military policy. From today onwards, all soldiers will first have the status of free people. The minimum military pay will be raised to 5 times the original amount, and will be paid monthly. All soldiers' family members will be given at least twice the amount of land, as free people according to merit. All soldiers who died in battle will be given 5 times the amount of land, and 3 years of military pay will be given to their family members. All soldiers will choose women from free people according to merit and length of service to marry and form families. All soldiers, after retiring, will be given at least twice the amount of land according to merit. Also, soldiers with merit will be given official positions in the territory and be in charge of the production and order of the free people. Yang Dingtian had just finished reading. All the military representatives had tears in their eyes. They clenched their fists and fiercely hit their chests. They wildly chanted in their hearts, "Forever loyal to City Lord Yang Dingtian. Long live City Lord Yang Dingtian." Finally, I will read out Yang Dingtian's declaration. First, let's say justice again. I, Yang Dingtian, lead the Tiando League forces and stand on the side of justice. Qin Chichi, Ning Wuming and the Temple of Annihilation's young master, Li Ming, stand on the side of evil. Everyone has to face the opposing side of justice and evil. No one should think of running away from it. Second, if there are people who are willing to join us, stand on the side of justice and fight against evil ways to the end. They are my life and death brothers. We will live and die together, and will never betray each other. Third, if you are afraid of the power of evil ways, and do not dare to be enemies, then don't worry about it. You can stand on the side and watch the battle. It won't be too late for you to choose a side, after we have a winner or loser. Fourth, if you are blinded by greed or have an even more evil motive, and stand firmly on the side of evil ways, stand firmly on the side of Qin Chichi and Ning Wuming, then you are the enemy of human justice. You are the enemy of the Tiando League, and you are the enemy of me. Then, no matter how noble your background is, no matter how powerful your forces are, I will kill you all. Today's Autumn Water Sword sect is an example. Now, I announce the Tiando League's first order of extermination. The Autumn Water Sword sect colluded with evil ways, betrayed the Tiando League, betrayed justice, and betrayed the primal chaos world. Here, I officially announce the expulsion of the Autumn Water Sword sect from the Tiando League. Everyone in the Autumn Water Sword sect is to be exterminated. Everyone in the Autumn Water Sword sect is to be exterminated. All forces and people in the world must draw a clear line between themselves and the Autumn Water Sword sect. All martial artists of the Autumn Water Sword sect can leave their forces within a month and draw a clear line between themselves and the Autumn Water Sword sect. Otherwise, when the time comes, they will be killed without mercy. From today onwards, spread this proclamation throughout the world. Yes, instantly hundreds of riders shouted. Hundreds of riders rode on fine horses and carried Yang Dingtian's proclamation. They flew out from the west and used their fastest speed to relay this proclamation to all forces in the world. Looking from the sky, hundreds of black dots flew out from Cloud Heaven City and ran in all directions. The meeting of 10,000 people has ended, Yang Dingtian said. In an instant, the citizens who had suppressed their excitement completely boiled over and became clamorous. Long live Yang Dingtian! Long live Cloud Heaven City! Long live Yang Dingtian's proclamation! From today onwards, all of Cloud Heaven City's citizens and citizens would stand together with Yang Dingtian and have common interests. Whoever obstructed their interests would be their mortal enemy. Everyone in Cloud Heaven City would fight them to the end. In the entire square of Cloud Heaven City, countless people who had already perked up their ears cheered in unison and boiled over. In a short period of time, the ground within hundreds of miles was completely boiling and shaking. The war machine of Cloud Heaven City spun at an even hotter, faster, and more fervent speed. Nightfall, Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, Song Chunhua, and Vulture rode on the dark demon Vulture and flew towards the west, towards the Autumn Water Sword sect. The extermination of the Autumn Water Sword sect had officially begun. The first smear of blood dyed Yang Dingtian's proclamation read. It had officially begun. Chapter 444. Autumn Water Sword Sect. If the powers in this world were viewed as countries, then the Autumn Water Sword Sect was the absolute vassal state of the Northwest Qin City. In other words, the Autumn Water Sword sect could be said to be the satellite sect of the Northwest Qin City. The relationship between the two sides could be said to be close for generations. The wives of the Northwest Qin City lord all came from the Autumn Water Sword sect. Everyone knew that although Qin Wanchou and the previous Northwest Qin City lord were father and son, their relationship was extremely bad, and even like enemies. Therefore, in the beginning, he didn't have the right to inherit the Northwest Qin City Lord position. So he didn't have the right to marry a woman from the Autumn Water Sword sect. In the end, Qin Wancho became ruthless and killed his father and elder brother. Then, he became the lord of the northwest Qin city. Moreover, he became the most outstanding lord of his generation in the past few hundred years. He expanded the territory and sphere of influence of the northwest Qin city by many times. After he succeeded in becoming the city lord, his first wife suddenly passed away. Therefore, the Autumn Water Sword Sect's Qiu Ruhan became his new wife and Qin Huayu and Qin Jiaojiao's mother. Why was the Autumn Water Sword Sect so important? The reason was very simple. Autumn Water Island was currently the world's largest mining area. The extremely precious magnetic crystals, the even more precious purple crystal, or the rare image jade, the even rarer yin-yang crystals, all kinds of energy crystals, and so on. Countless minerals were stored on Autumn Water Island at an astronomical figure. As for gold, it had already become the most worthless mineral on Autumn Water Island. What was the use of the magnetic crystals? It wasn't just used to build the mystic qi condensation and purification array. More importantly, it was used to supply the rich and powerful disciples, to increase the amount of mystic qi they devoured during cultivation. To put it bluntly, with the magnetic crystals, one's cultivation speed was 3 to 4 times that of ordinary people. Therefore, the demand for the magnetic crystals was extremely high and was completely a strategic material in the chaotic world. How much was it sold for? A few million gold coins. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. A few million gold coins. However, what was the actual cost? The total cost of excavating and manufacturing a piece of magnetic crystal for the Autumn Water Sword Sect was about 200 gold coins. That's right, 200 gold coins. Then, he sold it to the Northwest Qin City for 50,000 gold coins. Then, the Northwest Qin City sold it to the world for a few million gold coins. In the Earth era, a few 100% was already an extremely huge profit. And the profit of a single piece of magnetic crystal was tens of thousands of times the cost. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. But I'm sorry. I'm the only one selling it in the entire world. I have absolute monopoly. This was because only Autumn Water Island had a large amount of mineral reserves. In Qin City, the number of magnetic crystals sold every year was only several tens of thousands. Every time, he would tell the whole world that there were not many magnetic crystals left, and that they could be mined for less than 10 years. Of course, what was the actual situation? The actual situation was that, at this rate, they wouldn't be able to finish mining even in a few hundred years. If he was willing, he could sell the magnetic crystal at a cheap price. However, under the extreme monopoly, its price soared from a cabbage to a sky-high price. Of course, why would the world tolerate the absolute monopoly of the Northwest Qin City? Every year, he would donate tens of thousands of pieces to the Yin-Yang School and the Black Heaven sect. If these two bosses didn't say anything, the Northwest Qin City wouldn't be afraid of anyone. A single magnetic crystal was enough to make Qin City rich. However, this wasn't Qin City's biggest asset. What was purple crystal ore? That's right, purple crystal coins, a currency that could be used to spend money. Its value was many times that of gold coins. This ore was also produced from Autumn Water Island. That meant that as long as the Northwest Qin City was willing, they could issue an astronomical amount of money. Of course, he wasn't so stupid as to do that. In fact, after he dug out the purple crystal ore, he made a complete purple crystal jade slip and sent it to the Tiando League headquarters to let the Tiando League think that the currency would be issued. Of course, as the only supplier of the purple crystal Oregon, in this so-called Tiando League central bank, he had no less shares than the Black Heaven sect and the Yin-Yang School. Then there was no need to talk about anything else. Now he could clearly understand why the Northwest Qin City was rich and unparalleled in the world. Of course, another problem appeared. Since Autumn Water Island was so important, why didn't Qin City directly destroy the Autumn Water Sword sect and directly control Autumn Water Island? Why did everything have to go through the Autumn Water Sword sect's exploitation? The reason was very simple. Letting the Northwest Qin City monopolize the sale of these strategic materials was already the limit of the Black Heaven sect and the Yin-Yang School's tolerance. Once the Northwest Qin city destroyed the Autumn Water Sword sect and directly controlled Autumn Water Island, it would directly cross the bottom line of the two sects, and the two sects would directly take action. Therefore, the Northwest Qin city had no choice but to rope in and control the Autumn Water Sword sect to the extreme. Therefore, the relationship between the two sects became closer and closer. In fact, every time Qiu Qingxuan came to the Northwest Qin city, she could directly be half a master. Moreover, every time something big happened in the Northwest Qin city, sometimes, the master of the Autumn Water Sword sect didn't come to Qin city to attend. She directly sent her son, or a representative. From this, it could be seen how arrogant the Autumn Water Sword sect was. How important it was to Qin city. Recently, Qin Wanqiu had a huge problem. All along, there had been a sword of Damos hanging above his head. That was, he had to completely choose a side between the Tiando League and the evil ways. His attitude had always been to sit on the fence, putting Qin Chichi in an important position, and even making her the successor of Qin city, was to show that he was going to rely on the evil ways. Then, he married Qin Jiaojiao to Yang Dingtian as a concubine, and let Qin Huayu and Yang Dingtian join. This was to bet on the Tiando League. Just as he said, as a grandmaster, and as the richest and most powerful overlord in the world. Even when facing Li Ming, he had an aloof attitude. Therefore, he could sit on the fence safely, and didn't have to make a thorough choice. Therefore, the evil Prince Li Ming had no special methods to deal with him. After all, the only military force Li Ming had in his hands was the South Sea Ning clan. The World Extermination Army hadn't arrived yet, and the most important thing to him now was the resurrection of the Demon King Wentian. Therefore, he decided on a conspiracy, or rather a strategy, to resurrect the Demon King Wentian. The key to this was Yang Dingtian. Then he was halfway to success. Without a choice, Yang Dingtian finally used Wentian's tear crystal, and successfully gave it to the evil way's greatest enemy, and the most important person to resurrect Wentian, Nihility Piaoling, followed by Dongfang Bingling's demonization. The success of this plan instantly allowed the evil Prince Li Ming to seize the absolute initiative. Li Ming had been traveling the world for a period of time. Of course, people like Yang Dingtian didn't know of his existence, but people like Qin Wanqiu had never stopped coming into contact with Li Ming. To be honest, Li Ming had a difficult time operating before. Alone, the South Sea Ning clan's martial power couldn't be fully used. He could only rely on himself to wander the world's forces and lobby. In short, he was basically in a state of hitting a wall. Everywhere he went, he was treated as a distinguished guest, but when it came to specific matters, he was directly ignored. But ever since Nihility Piaoling's demonization, the Demon King Wentian's resurrection was equivalent to half completed. Although almost no one saw the scene that happened in the yin-yang mirror, it didn't cause any waves on the surface. In fact, the impact on the world's situation was subversive. In an instant, it could be said to have directly changed the world's situation. Li Ming's status instantly rose infinitely. He became a master who could decide the fate of countless important figures. Therefore, countless important figures sold themselves to him. The Autumn Water Sword sect was one of them. They directly made their young master, Qiu Qingxuan, take Ning Wuming as her master, and become his sword slave. Why was it Ning Wuming's sword slave and not Li Ming's? The reason was very simple. Li Ming's identity was still a top secret in the chaotic world, and would definitely not be made public. Ning Wuming of the South Sea Ning clan was his representative. Therefore, Qin Chichi directly married Ning Wuming without any warning. Li Ming's identity should be equal to the young master of the hidden sect. Not to mention the Autumn Water Sword sect. Even the Northwest Qin city was a little out of reach. Even if Li Ming wanted to take in a sword slave, Xintian sect's Zhu Hongxue and Yinyang school's Leng Ao were barely qualified. After the Yinyang mirror incident, Nihility Piaoling and Dongfang Bingling's demonization, the direct result was a direct change in Qin Wanqiu's attitude. Sky Phoenix Pavilion's Duan Ruyan was his most beloved woman. Previously, Qin Chichi crazily attacked Sky Phoenix Pavilion for no reason. Because of Qin Wanqiu's attitude, Qin Wanchou couldn't sit by and watch his beloved woman die. However, after the yin-yang mirror incident, Qin Wanchou directly changed his attitude and tacitly allowed the South Sea Ning clan's evil army to enter the Western world. He also transferred the Grandmaster puppet beside him to Qin Chichi. As a result, Sky Phoenix Pavilion's army was completely wiped out. Duan Rian was captured and her fate was unknown. Leng Yinmei took charge of Sky Phoenix Pavilion and the Northwest Tiando League. It also directly led to the crime of Yang Dingtian killing Dongfang Bingling, which led to the Tiando League's sanctions and crusades against Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City. Everything that had happened was because of one thing. That was the yin-yang mirror incident. After the yin-yang mirror incident, the situation was a secret to the entire world. However, to the important figures, the situation was very, very clear. That was Li Ming versus Yang Dingtian, the young master of the Temple of Annihilation, versus the young master of the hidden sect, Yang Dingtian. It could be said that even a blind person could tell who would win and who would lose. Therefore, even a blind person could tell which side to choose. Who was on Li Ming's side? High-level Grandmaster Li Ming, Half-Sage Nihility Piaoling, Half-Sage the Demon King Wentian, who was about to be resurrected, and demonized Dongfang Bingling, who was rapidly becoming a Grandmaster. There were also Grandmasters like the Temple of Blood and the Joyous Palace. Not to mention the tens of millions of Legion of Doom, hanging above the chaotic world, like the Sword of Damos. Just in the competition between the experts. On Li Ming's side, there were 5 Grandmasters and 2 Half-Sages. On Yang Dingtian's side, there were only a few Grandmasters and a mysterious and unreliable Grandmaster. This kind of disparity wasn't a battle, but a tease. Therefore, even a blind person knew which side to choose. Therefore, when Qin Wanchou tilted the scales, the Sky Phoenix Pavilion was destroyed. The southwest continent that Qin Chichi had been fighting for months completely fell in a few days. Moreover, in order to show his contempt for Yang Dingtian, Li Ming didn't even make a move. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's most direct opponent was Ning Wuming from the South Sea's Ning clan. Of course, Yang Dingtian, who was in a desperate situation, still managed to display a shocking ability. He actually obtained the loyalty of Qin Huayu, Vulture, and Song Chunhua. In the end, he even obtained Zhu Hongshue's trust. Instantly, he became stronger in terms of momentum. In the end, he even obtained the thousands of Devil Dragon Legion from the World Society. Of course, all of this couldn't change anything for someone as important as Qin Wanchou. It couldn't change the extreme disparity in strength. In his eyes, Yang Dingtian was still a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an ant with the strength of an ant. Therefore, he led 20,000 cavalry to intercept Yang Dingtian on his way back. He only had one goal, which was to get back his son, Qin Huayu, and the most important chess piece in the future, Dugu Aoshuang. However, he didn't expect that both things would fail. Yang Dingtian was so cunning that he instantly saw through the fact that he was spying on Dugu Aoshuang. And Qin Huayu was even more unexpected. He didn't care about his life, as if he was brainwashed, and stood on Yang Dingtian's side, the side that was destined to lose. Of course, Qin Wanchou was currently facing an even bigger problem. That was, he might lose the Autumn Water Sword sect. The Autumn Water Sword sect's mines were the absolute wealth of the Northwest Qin City, the foundation of the Northwest Qin City. It could be said that after losing the Autumn Water Sword sect, the Northwest Qin City would collapse. As if to punish Qin Wanchou for his arrogance, Ning Wuming and the Autumn Water Sword sect had been getting closer and closer. Various signs showed that Ning Wuming, or rather Li Ming, had already touched the Autumn Water Island, the astronomical wealth, the astronomical strategic mines. It was because of this that the Autumn Water Sword sect had become more and more arrogant in front of Qin Wanchou. Before this, unless it was the Northwest Qin City's summons, the Autumn Water Sword sect's army couldn't enter the Northwest mainland. However, this time, there was almost no request. Qiu Qingchuan led 20,000 troops and swaggered into the Northwest mainland. It was only after they had landed that they reported to Qin Wanchou. This was a huge provocation to Qin Wanchou. However, Qin Wanchou endured it. he allowed Qiu Qingchuan to lead 20,000 troops to Heaven Wave City to block Yang Dingtian's escape route. Of course, no one would have thought that Qiu Qingchuan's 20,000 troops, even relying on Heaven Wave City, would still be completely wiped out by Yang Dingtian's 10,000 Devil Dragon cavalry. Moreover, the other party didn't suffer any casualties. Seeing this scene, Qin Wanchou was shocked, but his heart was incomparably delighted. However, the moment Qin Huaiyu killed Qiu Qingchuan with his own hands, he was shocked and knew that things weren't going well. As expected, when Qin Wanchou used his fastest speed to return to Qin City, the speed of the letter bird was even faster than him. The Autumn Water Sword sect directly withdrew all their organizations in Qin City. Qiu Ruhan directly moved out of the palace in Qin City, indicating that she was living separately from Qin Wanchou. Moreover, what angered Qin Wanchou the most was that the Autumn Water Sword sect, or rather Qiu Ruhan, directly sent experts to kill dozens of experts in Qin City and snatch Qin Mengli away. Previously, Qin Mengli had been desperately transferring all her materials and wealth to Cloud Sky City through various channels. Because of Leng Qingchen's warning, Qin Wanchou turned a blind eye to it. After the Yin-Yang Mirror incident, Qin Wanchou directly put Qin Mengli under house arrest. However, Qiu Ruhan sent experts to join forces with the Autumn Water Sword sect to break into Qin Mengli's manor and snatch Qin Mengli away. Then the Autumn Water Sword sect directly left a letter. It meant that Qin Mengli was willing to marry the Autumn Water Sword sect's leader, Qiu Fengwu, as a concubine and give all the assets in West Province City as her dowry. Qin Wanchou was furious. Qiu Fengwu actually snatched away his most beloved sister and wanted to forcefully marry her as a concubine. Moreover, he wanted to snatch away all of Qin Mengli's assets. Of course, Qin Mengli's assets didn't belong to her. They belonged to Northwest Qin City and to Qin Wanchou. He just handed them over to Qin Mengli to manage. The amount of wealth was an astronomical figure. Countless auctions, countless chambers of commerce, countless vaults and countless gold accounts. Qiu Fengwu actually wanted to snatch them all away. Of course, he couldn't take them all. He wanted to give them all to Ning Wuming. He wanted to dig out Qin City's roots. He wanted to dig out Qin Wanchou's roots. Originally, Qiu Fengwu was still a little hesitant. However, when his son Qiu Qingchuan died under Qin Huaiyu's sword, he completely went crazy and was completely enraged. He directly used the most violent method to completely break off relations with Qin City. Therefore, in an instant, he almost gave the order to mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops from Qin City to directly annihilate the Autumn Water Sword sect and take control of the Autumn Water Island. However, he quickly gave up on this idea. Times were different. If he did this, it would mean completely breaking off relations with the evil Wei's Li Ming. He couldn't afford to pay such a price. That night, Qin Wanchou met with the messenger sent by Ning Wuming. The messenger stated the conditions. Qin Mengli had to marry Qiu Fengwu, because only then could Qin Wanchou's attitude towards breaking off relations with Yang Dingtian. Of all of Qin Mengli's assets, 30% would be used as dowry and would belong to the Autumn Water Sword sect. Of course, it would belong to the evil Wei's. From then on, 60% of the assets on the Autumn Water Island would belong to Qin City and 40% would belong to the Autumn Water Sword sect. Qin Wanchou didn't hesitate for long and agreed immediately. However, after the messenger left, he was extremely furious and smashed everything in the room. Just like that, Qin Mengli and Qiu Fengwu's wedding was set. It would be held on the 4th day after Qin Wanchou signed the agreement. Qin Wanchou announced that Qin Mengli and Qin City's military advisor, Shen Lang, would officially divorce and marry the Autumn Water Sword sect's leader, Qiu Fengwu, as a concubine. Furthermore, Qin City would send a representative to attend Qin Mengli and Qiu Fengwu's wedding. Instantly, the feud between Qin City and the Autumn Water Sword sect came to an end temporarily. However, on the 3rd night after Ning Wuming's messenger left, Qin City welcomed another mysterious guest. In other words, the famous courtesan, the former madam of Qin City, Yang Shishir's room welcomed a mysterious guest. This guest was of course Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian in disguise. Originally, Yang Dingtian's group of 5 flew directly to the Autumn Water Island, and planned to annihilate the Autumn Water Sword sect without anyone knowing. However, after the news of Qin Mengli and Qiu Fengwu's wedding spread, Yang Dingtian realized that he had to change. He couldn't annihilate the Autumn Water Sword sect without anyone knowing, because the Autumn Water Island was destined to be filled with experts. This was a danger. Of course, danger also meant crisis. Yang Dingtian saw a crack between Qin City and the evil ways. Therefore, he had to completely tear this crack apart. He discovered a huge opportunity. If he succeeded, not only could he annihilate the Autumn Water Sword sect, but he could also greatly improve Cloud Sky City's passive situation. Therefore, he disguised himself and entered Qin City. In Yang Shirshi's room, he sent a private invitation to Qin Wanqiu. Of course, this was a huge risk. If Qin Wanqiu stood firmly with the evil ways, it would cause Yang Dingtian's plan to be exposed. However, Yang Dingtian believed in Qin Wanqiu's wisdom and scheming, so he took this risk. Just as Yang Dingtian drank his third cup of tea, Qin Wanqiu appeared. He had also disguised himself. Yang Shirshi, who had a mental breakdown, was still intoxicated in her singing and dancing. She didn't notice that there were two people in the room. One was Yang Dingtian, and the other was her ex-husband. The moment Qin Wanqiu entered the room, his gaze became incomparably complicated. He sent Yang Shirshi to the brothel as a punishment, but in the end, she was incomparably enjoying herself and was incomparably happy. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to a punisher. After letting Yang Shirshi leave, Yang Dingtian's first sentence was to ask, "Mengli, are you okay?" "She's fine for now. Qiu Fengwu isn't on the Autumn Water Island. He's going around inviting guests, and will only return on the day of the wedding. He's a pervert. Once the wedding is successful, Mengli's innocence will definitely be lost," Qin Wanqiu said. Then let's cooperate," Yang Dingtian said. "You don't have to do anything. Just help me with two things. I'll help you kill Qiu Fengwu and annihilate the Autumn Water Sword sect." "Including Qiu Ruhan?" Qin Wanqiu asked. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed and said, "If you're willing." Chapter 445. Things had changed. The Autumn Water Sword sect's master, Qiu Fengwu, wanted to forcefully take Qin Mengli as his concubine and tried to swallow all of Mengli's assets. According to the original plan, the assassination wouldn't work. Therefore, Yang Dingtian chose to take a risk and cooperate with Qin Wanqiu. "Yang Dingtian, I'm definitely on the side of evil ways. Therefore, it's impossible for you to change my position on this matter," Qin Wanqiu said. Qin Wanqiu said, "Furthermore, if you can successfully exterminate the Autumn Water Sword sect, in order to prove your innocence, my attitude towards Cloud Sky City will be even more intense." "It doesn't matter," Yang Dingtian said. "Our cooperation is limited to this one time." Qin Wanqiu said, "Then I'll make it clear. I can't send any experts to participate. Everything still depends on you." "Of course," Yang Dingtian said. "All right then." Qin Wanqiu said, "Tell me, what do you need me to do?" "First, even if you've already agreed to this wedding, you have to show an attitude of rejection. Therefore, first of all, you can't participate," Yang Dingtian said. "Of course, I won't participate in the first place," Qin Wanqiu said. "Not only can you not participate, but you also can't send experts to participate. Don't bring pressure to our battle." Yang Dingtian said, "Furthermore, you have to influence all the people you can influence. Don't let them send their experts to participate." "All right," Qin Wanqiu said. Then he muttered, "Qiu Ruhan is a 3-star grandmaster. What if she goes to the Autumn Water Sword sect?" Yang Dingtian's heart trembled slightly. The relationship between husband and wife had reached such a level. It was really outrageous. Qin Wanqiu's desire to kill his wife was actually so intense. What's Qiu Fengwu's cultivation? How many grandmasters are there in the entire Autumn Water Sword sect? Yang Dingtian asked. Qiu Fengwu is a 5-star grandmaster. There are 4 grandmasters in the Autumn Water Sword sect, Qin Wanqiu said. However, the others have only broken through to the grandmaster realm. How can there be so many? Yang Dingtian frowned. They have an endless supply of cultivation materials. Those who are talented have already reached the grandmaster level, Qin Wancho said. Yang Dingtian pondered. 1 5-star grandmaster and 3 ordinary grandmasters. This was already the limit of Yang Dingtian's team. Yang Dingtian's team only had 3 grandmasters. One was close to becoming a grandmaster, while the other was only a martial venerable. Of course, Yara was also a master. However, she was too elusive. Cloud Sky City had no control over her. Yang Dingtian had returned to Cloud Sky City a few times, but he had never seen her. Of course, she didn't do anything bad. All her energy was placed on the baby in her belly. She didn't care about anything in Cloud Sky City. After hesitating for a while, Yang Dingtian said, City Lord Qin, your wife Qiu Ruhan, don't kill her this time. However, her life is still in our hands. In this deal, we will promise to help you kill her. How about it? The 4 grandmasters of the Autumn Water Sword sect are almost our limit. With the addition of Qiu Ruhan, who is a 3-star grandmaster, the change is too great. We can't neglect the essentials. The key is to kill Qiu Fengwu. Qin Wancho narrowed his eyes and nodded. All right, we won't kill her this time. When the conditions are ripe, I will send you a letter directly. Yang Dingtian said, Okay, Lord Qin, are you sure that none of the guests attending the wedding are grandmasters? Qin Wancho said, This wedding is a little rushed, so the guests are destined to be within 3,000 miles. And within 3,000 miles, it is my Qin City sphere of influence, so I can basically guarantee that. However, there are 3 people who are not within my control. Which 3? Yang Dingtian asked. First, the city lord of White Cloud City, Yi Wucheng, a 5-star grandmaster. You also know that when I let Mengli divorce his brother and marry your clone, Shun Lang, we had already broken off our relationship. Qin Wancho said, I can no longer influence him. The city lord of White Cloud City, Yi Wucheng, probably won't go, because Mengli was once his brother's wife. This wedding can be considered a slap to his face. Although White Cloud City and the Autumn Water Sword sect sold themselves to evil ways the most, the competition between the 2 slaves will be fierce. Yang Dingtian said. That makes sense. Qin Wancho said. But if Ning Wuming goes, even if he is unwilling, he will still go. What about the second one? Yang Dingtian asked. Lung Yanmei, an 8-star grandmaster. Qin Wancho said. The evil spirit's energy is really strong. It directly raised Lung Yanmei from a 3-star grandmaster to an 8-star grandmaster. She is now Ning Wuming's most loyal ally. I can no longer influence her. Yang Dingtian said. But this person is incomparably arrogant. She won't put the Autumn Water Sword sect in her eyes. She probably won't go. But if Ning Wuming goes, she will definitely go. Qin Wancho said. Ning Wuming is Li Ming's representative. Once he attends, everyone will have to attend, including me. Yang Dingtian frowned. He was very sure of this. Just like on Earth, the mayor and the secretary didn't get along. Both of them didn't put the deputy mayor in their eyes. When the deputy mayor's son got married, these 2 big shots basically wouldn't attend. However, if a high-ranking official suddenly attended the wedding, then no matter how much the mayor and secretary didn't get along, and no matter how much they looked down on the deputy mayor, they would still obediently attend. Then will Ning Wuming go? Yang Dingtian asked. Very likely. Qin Wancho said. This time, the Autumn Water Sword sect contributed so much wealth. It's an astronomical amount of assets. In order to reward them, Ning Wuming will definitely attend. Do you have a way to stop Ning Wuming from going? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't have a way. Qin Wancho said straightforwardly. My will can't affect Ning Wuming. I'm still outside their circle. If I show any intention of stopping Ning Wuming from attending the wedding, it will arouse his suspicion. Maybe your plan will be exposed. That made sense. Ning Wuming was an extremely cunning person. In terms of intelligence and scheming, Yang Dingtian wasn't his opponent, not to mention that he had the cunning Qin Chichi by his side. So, to stop Ning Wuming from attending the wedding, you have to rely on yourself. Qin Wancho said. If you can't do this, I advise you not to do it. Even if you want to do it, Don't bring my son, Qin Huayu. Yang Dingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. Based on the current situation, Ning Wuming would definitely attend the wedding as a reward for the Autumn Water Sword sect, paying such a huge price. Once Ning Wuming went, Qin Wanqiu, White Cloud City Master, and Leng Yanmei would all go. In this way, killing Qiu Fengwu and destroying the Autumn Water Sword sect would be completely out of the question. If Yang Dingtian went to Autumn Water Island, he would only be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Yang Dingtian wouldn't be so stupid. City Master Qin, if we kill your wife, Qiu Ruhan, will that stop Ning Wuming from attending the wedding and attend Qiu Ruhan's funeral instead? Yang Dingtian said. After all, Qin Sheng's wife has a much higher status. Of course. Qin Wanqiu said. Between Qiu Ruhan's wedding and Qin Sheng's wife's funeral, Ning Wuming will definitely choose Qiu Ruhan's funeral. However, Qiu Fengwu will also come, so the wedding will be cancelled or delayed. Indeed, this path wouldn't work. Otherwise, Qin Wanqiu would be happy to kill his wife in advance. By the way, City Master Qin, is the death of your first wife related to Qiu Ruhan? Yang Dingtian asked. Instantly, Qin Wanqiu's face turned cold and he said, Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. City Master Qin, please pay attention to our relationship. Yang Dingtian said coldly. I have to judge the authenticity of your will to kill your wife, so you still have to answer this question. Qin Wanqiu's face turned ugly. Then he nodded and said, Yes, she killed her. However, everyone said that I killed her because I wanted to marry Qiu Ruhan. Yes, I want to marry Qiu Ruhan, but only as a second wife, just like you marrying Jiao Jiao. However, someone made a move and made Qiu Ruhan my only wife. If that was the case, everything made sense. Also, Qiu Ruhan can't get pregnant. It was my doing. Qin Wanqiu said. I won't allow the future successor of Qin Sheng to fall into the hands of the Autumn Water Sword sect. If she really gives birth to a son, Qin Huayu's life will be in danger. Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue. He could tell that this couple didn't have a good relationship, sleeping in the same bed, but dreaming different dreams. However, he didn't expect that they were enemies to this extent. It must have been hard for them to live together for so long. Yes, then I promise you again that I will definitely kill Qiu Ruhan, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanqiu said, That's a matter for the future. Now, you have to promise that you can make Ning Wuming not attend the wedding on Autumn Water Island. If you can't do this, then there's nothing to talk about. Instantly, Yang Dingtian frowned. This was really very difficult to do. Ning Wuming was too cunning. Yang Dingtian, it was impossible for you to influence his will. Of course, there was a way. However, that was Yang Dingtian's future plan after defeating Qin Qiqi and Ning Wuming's alliance, and winning the first battle against the evil ways. What was this plan? Of course, it was to impersonate Ning Hua and obtain the Yin Chaos Demonic Turbidity to establish the Xian Qi Condensation Purification Array, completely destroy the Ning clan of the South Sea, and make Li Ming lose his only military base in the chaotic world. This plan was very important to Yang Dingtian. It was even as important as the upcoming battle. Although Li Ming's aura was extremely powerful now, it was completely like submit to me and prosper, oppose me and perish. However, most of it was just borrowing power. There was only one armed force in his hands, and that was the Ning clan of the South Sea. Once the Ning clan of the South Sea was destroyed, Ning Wuming would be eliminated. Li Ming would become awkward. He would have to face Yang Dingtian directly. At that time, he would be in a huge embarrassment and trouble, because he couldn't kill Yang Dingtian. That's right, he couldn't kill him. The Devil Queen was incomparably powerful, but her main mission for a long time was to revive the Demon King Wentian. Not to mention the Devil Queen, even the evil Princess Mu Dan wasn't someone that Li Ming could command. Therefore, once Ning Wuming and the Ning clan of the South Sea were destroyed, Yang Dingtian would have the initiative. At that time, he would lead the Tiando League to prepare for war, and prepare to resist the invasion of the Doomsday Army. If Yang Dingtian appeared as Ning Hua now, he could of course directly and successfully stop Ning Wuming from going to Autumn Water Island. However, it would have a certain impact on Yang Dingtian's plan to destroy the Ning clan of the South Sea. As for how big the impact would be, Yang Dingtian didn't know. After a deep hesitation, and weighing the pros and cons, Yang Dingtian said, I have a way to stop Ning Wuming from going to Autumn Water Island. Your matter can be carried out. Qin Wancho said, Are you sure you have a way? How confident are you? 80%, 90%, or even higher, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wancho was instantly shocked and stunned. Then he stood up and said, I believe you can do it. Then go ahead and carry it out. I'm going to carry it out too. Yang Dingtian also stood up and said, Then goodbye. I wish our cooperation a smooth success. Qin Wancho said, I wish you success in saving Mengli and successfully destroying the Autumn Water Sword sect. Then Qin Wancho left and disappeared into the night. Then, Yang Dingtian also left and disappeared into the night. After leaving, he suddenly flew tens of thousands of meters into the air, and flew in the direction of West Prefecture City. 4 hours later, in the most famous brothel of West Prefecture City, an extremely handsome face appeared in front of everyone. Suddenly, it caused an incomparable shock. In this brothel, almost all the men and women came out to see this unparalleled handsome man, who was 1 in 100,000. Then that night, this extremely handsome man and the most popular lady in the brothel had a night together. Then, they completely disappeared into the night, as if they had never appeared. Soon, this news was directly transmitted to Ning Wuming's ears. At that time, Ning Wuming was packing up and planning to go to Autumn Water Island with Qin Qiqi to attend Qiu Fengwu's concubine wedding ceremony. However, soon, an intelligence chief of the Ning clan of the South Sea whispered something in his ear. Suddenly, Ning Wuming's expression changed drastically. Ning Wuming, what happened? The extremely beautiful Qin Qiqi asked. Oh, nothing. Ning Wuming said. Maybe I can't attend the wedding on Autumn Water Island. You can go on my behalf. Qin Qiqi said. But there's a big difference between me going alone and us going together. If you don't go, Leng Yanmei, Yi Wuqing, and my father won't go. Then, it'll be difficult for us to completely take over Autumn Water Island's property. Ning Wuming frowned. Qin Qiqi's words made sense. Ning Wuming represented the Temple of Annihilation, Li Ming. If he didn't go, Qiu Fengwu would have a lot of opinions. Then, there might be changes in swallowing Autumn Water Island's property. He immediately began to hesitate. Then the intelligence chief said. After Madame Wu Maji heard the news, she went immediately. She didn't bring anyone and flew to West Prefecture City alone at the fastest speed. Suddenly, Ning Wuming's expression changed drastically. He immediately said, Prepare the fastest flying mount and prepare everything. I want to rush to West Prefecture City at the fastest speed. Suddenly, Qin Qiqi's expression became a little ugly. Although Ning Wuming was her husband, when he heard Wu Maji's name, he immediately became flustered. This was a huge blow to every wife. Suddenly, Qin Qiqi revealed a beautiful smile and said, Ning Wuming, if you have something important to do, I won't stop you. However, Autumn Water Island is really too important. If you don't go, there will really be changes. Ning Wuming frowned and said, How about this? You go on my behalf first. I'll go to West Prefecture City to deal with some matters first. Then rush to Autumn Water Island at the fastest speed. Of course, let their wedding go on as usual. Anyway, I'll definitely make a trip to West Prefecture Island. Qin Qiqi's beautiful eyes trembled. She said softly, All right, as you wish. The next day dawn, Yang Dingtian, Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua and Vulture. The 5 of them all disguised themselves. With Qin Wancho's help, they mixed into a group of forces and headed to Autumn Water Island to attend Qiu Fengwu's wedding. It was just as Yang Dingtian had expected. If Ning Wuming did not come, the White Cloud City governor and Leng Yanmei would not come. Qin Qiqi's arrival was one of the variables. However, Qin Wancho brought great news. With his help, the martial grandmaster puppet by Qin Qiqi's side did not follow Qin Qiqi to Autumn Water Island. As a result, things had entered the most advantageous situation for Yang Dingtian. Without any grandmaster guests attending the wedding, Yang Dingtian only had to face 5 grandmasters. Qiu Fengwu was a 5-star grandmaster. The remaining 4, including Qin Chichi's bodyguards, were all ordinary grandmasters. Although this battle would be difficult, Yang Dingtian was still filled with absolute confidence. They would win this battle, and they had to win. This was because Yang Dingtian's declaration had already spread throughout the Western world. It had already become a huge laughingstock. Annihilating the Autumn Water Sword sect would not only save Qin Mengli, but it would also dye Yang Dingtian's declaration red with blood. At noon, Yang Dingtian entered Autumn Water Island. Qiu Fengwu had also returned to Autumn Water Island. The blood-colored wedding had officially begun. Although he was in his 50s, he still had a heroic appearance. Seeing Qin Mengli's naturally hot and watery eyes looking at him, Qiu Fengwu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, even though he had seen countless women. Yes, you're not bad, but you're a little disgusting in my heart. Qin Mengli said, where's the wine? If we don't get drunk, we can't go through with the wedding ceremony. Qiu Fengwu said loudly, bring the wine. Immediately, a beautiful maid brought over a wine pot and wine cups. The wine pot was made of purple crystals. The wine cup was made of snow-toed jade, which could distinguish all poisons in the world. Qiu Fengwu personally poured a cup of wine and handed it to Qin Mengli. Mengli took it and was about to drink it in one gulp. A beauty drinking wine was so alluring. However, just as she was about to drink it, Mengli said, don't tell me you spiked my wine? Qiu Fengwu's face turned stiff, but there was a smile in his eyes. What kind of person do you think I am? What can't you do? Mengli said. Then she held the wine cup and looked around. Finally, her eyes landed on a handsome young man's face. She said, Mister, please taste it for me. If there's no poison, I'll drink it again. Then Mengli said, don't finish it, I still want to drink. In front of such a beauty, the young man seemed to have been struck by lightning. He was immediately mesmerized and couldn't see Qiu Fengwu's angry face. He took the cup of wine and was about to drink it. How could Qiu Fengwu tolerate this? This beauty is my future wife. How can I allow others to taint her? Isn't sharing a cup of wine the same as indirectly tasting my beauty's fiery red lips? Whoever dares to taint my beauty, I'll skin him alive and break his bones. Before the handsome young man could drink it, Qiu Fengwu snatched the wine cup and drank it. Then he said to Qin Mengli, look, there's no poison, right? Oh, but I accidentally drank it all in one breath. I'll pour it again for you. After saying that, Qiu Fengwu was about to fill the wine cup for Mengli again. No need. Mengli snatched the wine pot away. Then, she opened her mouth and poured the wine into the pot. The crystal clear wine was poured into Mengli's red lips like a water column. For such a stunning beauty to make such a heroic scene, the lethality of it to men was truly limitless. Although Qiu Fengwu was the one who was going to marry this beauty, but many men present had already fallen for her. In the future, they would dream of this scene countless times in their dreams. Mengli drank the entire pot of wine until there was nothing left. After drinking it, the fragrance of her body seemed to evaporate. The blush on her face made her even more gorgeous. Her beautiful eyes looked as if they were about to drip water. Her beautiful red lips were like flames that were about to ignite. Qiu Fengwu could not help but press his lower abdomen. He was too close to the flame that was Mengli. He really felt like he could not breathe. At this moment, it was not only Mengli's beauty that attracted him. Her temperament and wild seductiveness were like fatal magnets. All right, we've drunk the wine. Can we go through the wedding ceremony now? Qiu Fengwu said. Qin Mengli widened her beautiful eyes and stared at Qiu Fengwu's face. She said, wait a moment. The wine hasn't kicked in yet. Your face is still very clear. Wait until it's blurry, before we do the ceremony. Qiu Fengwu should have been angry. If he was 20 years younger, he might have left in a huff. However, he was already more than 50 years old. He prided himself as a mature man. Of course, he would not be affected by such childish words. Suddenly, he laughed heartily and said, all right, I'll drink with you. After saying that, he took another wine pot and poured the wine into the pot that Mengli had drunk from. Finally, he also poured the wine into his mouth. Indeed, the young were prudent, but the old were wild. Xiao Fengwu's attitude immediately attracted cheers. All right, Xiao Fengwu drank the entire pot of wine. Soon he felt a little tipsy. Of course, how could such a small amount of wine make him drunk? However, it was not the wine that made him drunk. Just looking at such a peerless beauty was enough to make one intoxicated. Mengli sneered in her heart. This old thief really wanted to die quickly. Not only did he drink 1 cup, but he also drank the entire pot. In order to take advantage of Mengli, he even shared the same pot. He did not take advantage of her and drank the entire pot of poisonous wine. After drinking, Xiao Fengwu smiled and said, "My wife, are you still not drunk? I'm going to be drunk." After saying that, he directly reached out to grab Mengli's hand and said, Come, come, come. Let's go through the wedding ceremony." At this moment, there was a sudden loud shout from outside. The messenger of Cloud Sky City has arrived. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Xiao Fengwu's expression changed. The messenger of Cloud Sky City? Cloud Sky City actually dared to come at this time? Suddenly, Xiao Fengwu's heart was filled with hatred. He said coldly, "Let him in. I want to see what tricks Yang Dingtian's lackey has up his sleeves." Soon, the travel-worn messenger of Cloud Sky City entered the magnificent main hall. "Wait," Xiao Fengwu said coldly. "You despicable person of Cloud Sky City are not qualified to enter my main hall. Don't dirty my jade floor." Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter. The handsome face of the messenger twitched, and his eyes shot out a ray of anger. The messengers sent by Cloud Sky City were all fanatical admirers of Yang Dingtian. After coming out, they did not even think of returning alive. "Speak. What do you despicable and evil city Lord Yang Dingtian have to say? If you want to beg for mercy, you don't have to. Wash your neck and wait for my Tiando League's crusade army to completely annihilate Cloud Sky City," Xiao Fengwu said coldly. The messenger's eyes were filled with anger. He took out the declaration and said, "This is the declaration of our city lord. Please accept it, Autumn Water Sword Faction Master." "No, I think it's dirty. Your Cloud Sky City's men are thieves and women are prostitutes. Your mother-in-law and son-in-law have illicit relations. Mother and daughter both serve one person. Who knows how many sins they have committed? How dare I accept Yang Dingtian's things?" Xiao Fengwu sneered. In fact, although he was unbridled and arrogant, he would not say such frivolous words in public. However, today he was stimulated by hatred and wine. He could not help but say these vicious words. The messenger's face was cold. He opened the declaration and read it loudly. "First, let us say justice again. I, Yang Dingtian, lead the Tiando League forces and stand on the side of justice. Qin Qiqi, Ning Wuming, and the Temple of Annihilation's young master, Li Ming, stand on the side of evil. Regarding the two opposing sides, everyone has to face it. No one can escape. Second, if someone is willing to join us, stand on the side of justice and fight against evil ways to the end. They are my life and death brothers. We will live and die together, and will never betray each other. Third, if you are afraid of the power of evil ways and do not dare to be enemies, then don't worry about it. You can stand aside and watch the battle. It won't be too late for you to choose a side after we win or lose. Fourth, if you are blinded by greed, or have even more evil motives and stand on the side of evil ways, stand on the side of Qin Qiqi and Ning Wuming, then you are the enemy of human justice. You are the enemy of the Tiando League, and you are my enemy. Then no matter how noble your background is, no matter how powerful your forces are, I will kill you all. Today's Autumn Water Sword faction is an example. Now, I announce the Tiando League's first extermination order. Autumn Water Sword faction, colluding with evil ways, betraying the Tiando League, betraying justice, and betraying the chaotic world. Here, I officially announce that the Autumn Water Sword faction is expelled from the Tiando League. Kill all the people of the Autumn Water Sword sect. Announce the extermination order to all the backbone of the Autumn Water Sword faction. All forces and people in the world must draw a clear line with the Autumn Water Sword faction. All martial artists of the Autumn Water Sword faction can leave their forces within a month, draw a clear line with them, and announce that they are enemies. Otherwise, when the time comes, they will be killed without mercy. From today onwards, This proclamation will be spread throughout the world. After reading Yang Dingtian's proclamation, the emissary stood there silently. First, there was a deathly silence in the field. Everyone seemed to not dare to believe their ears. Was this Yang Dingtian a madman? Was he an idiot? He was about to be finished. He was about to be condemned by everyone. He was about to become the public enemy. Soon, the Tiando League's allied forces would go on a crusade and completely exterminate him. Now he actually issued a Yang Dingtian proclamation. Ridiculous, laughable. Then everyone roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. A despicable person is invincible. I didn't believe it before, but today, I finally believe it. Qiu Fengwu covered his stomach and laughed. I've never seen such a stupid, arrogant, despicable, shallow, and laughable person. Yang Dingtian, you really opened my eyes. Ha ha ha. Yang Dingtian is already a pig waiting to be slaughtered. His wife and mother-in-law are already prostitutes waiting to be sold. The end of Cloud Sky City has arrived. And he actually gave me the extermination order. He actually wants to exterminate my Autumn Water Sword faction. Ha 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 ha. Of all the sarcastic and laughable things in the world, is there any better? Suddenly, everyone present laughed wildly again. Complete sarcasm, complete ridicule. Almost everyone used the most vicious and contemptuous words to attack Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City. After laughing, Qiu Fengwu suddenly raised his head and said, "Come, chop off this envoy's head and let my wedding see blood. Then, send the headless corpse to Cloud Sky City, and tell Yang Dingtian, wash his neck clean, and let me behead him. Wash his wife and mother-in-law clean and wait for our righteous crusade and righteous favor." Suddenly, a few experts stepped forward, grabbed Yang Dingtian's envoy, and were about to behead him. The envoy's face was cold and determined. He sneered and said, "I'm here to deliver Yang Dingtian's proclamation. I don't want to go back alive. I'm warning all of you. Our city lord means what he says. You're on your own. Qiu Fengwu. You will die under my city lord's sword in the future." Ha ha ha. Qiu Fengwu laughed and said, "Yang Dingtian means what he says? Kill me? Destroy my Qiu Water Sword faction? Ha ha ha. In your dreams, I'm standing right here. Let him kill me, come and kill me," Qiu Fengwu said arrogantly. Puchi. Yang Dingtian, who was hiding behind him, suddenly thrust his sword. In an instant, it pierced Qiu Fengwu's heart. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.